Good morning, everyone. I'm Juliet Braid, coordinator for Leicester Caribbean Carnival Limited, and I'm here to welcome you to our YouTube channel as we celebrate Leicester Caribbean Carnival 2021. 36 years of Caribbean-style carnival in the city. Our last live Carnival Day event was in 2019, and with the onset of the coronavirus pandemic, we were forced to go online with our event last year. Our theme this year is focusing on our past, present, and looking towards the future of Leicester Caribbean Carnival in the city. It is important that as Caribbean people, we keep the work of the pioneers who started this event alive and well in Leicester, and we could only do that with your continued support. Our youths and other members of the public have been working behind the scene to ensure this event takes place. I must say the support from others in the community has been very encouraging, as it shows what could be done in the face of this pandemic, which has affected our brothers and sisters here and globally. We will now join our chairman, Dr. Dennis Sugar Christopher, at the De Montfort Hall for the official opening ceremony.
Yes, and it's a warm welcome to Leicester Caribbean Carnival 2021, and a carnival of this nature to a beautiful city of Leicester. And back of me, as you see, the great De Montfort Hall. This was built before I was born, but that's a different subject for a different time. It's our beautiful city. Each and every one come to the city and always saying to me, the De Montfort Hall is one of the greatest places in Leicester. I seem to agree. I have show here each year. And as you know, the Carnival home is around here as well. So welcome each and every one. This afternoon we have all our different dignitaries this afternoon, and hope the speech are not too long. But as I say before, they're all welcome, and it's going all over the world. So at this moment, I would just like to say thanks again to be here, nationally, locally, nationally, and internationally, and wherever you are in the world. Welcome to the Leicester Caribbean Carnival 2021. We'll start with a prayer, and if we bow our heads, please. Mighty and everlasting God, who brought us here today to such a special occasion, watch over us, take care of us with this 36-year carnival. Bless us and keep us, watch over us, give us health and strength to carry on another 36 years. Blessing to each and every one, all our guests here today, the troop, and everybody who make this possible. Thank you. Amen. Well, we're going to have a short address, and coming up first is Councillor Ross Wilmot. You step forward, please, sir.
Thank you, Sugar. Thank you very much for that. And I think what I'd like to do, I've been associated with Carnival now since, I think, 1999, when Sugar took me into a corner and managed to get significant funding and support from the Carnival from me, which was a great pleasure to be able to do at that time when I was leader of the council. And I've stayed involved with Carnival for all of that time. So I'd like to place on record my thanks to Sugar, his team, Juliet, Cheryl, and all of the people here, all the people behind me, all of those that have been part of the filming, to ensure that the spirit and tradition of Carnival, led by the African heritage community in our great city, continues. It's been fantastic, the effort that's gone in to ensure that in these difficult times we get to see some of the spectacle that we're used to seeing in the streets and around the De Montfort Hall. But thanks to the hard work and time and commitment of Sugar and his team and all of the volunteers, we're going to see that virtually. And I think that's fantastic. So let's hear a big round of applause, please, for the team. Thank you. Thank you. Whee! And I'll just finish by saying thank you and looking forward to next year, when the park will be heaving with people and the parade will be taking place, and I'm sure the City Council will ensure that the support is there to ensure we have the most fabulous carnival when we come out of COVID. Good luck to you all. Thank you.
And stepping up to the table now, it's a fine young lady. That's what I'm describing her as anyway. As I say, we're going live all over the world, so why not? Councillor Sue Hunter, step forward, please.
Thank you, Sugar. Thank you, everybody. Well, as I've been introduced as Councillor Sue Hunter, but I'm also the Assistant City Mayor for Tackling Racism and Disadvantage. Normally, on this day, we would all be sort of like walking up London Road towards the park to celebrate our Caribbean Carnival. However, with the pandemic, with the global pandemic, this is how we've had to celebrate from now on. It is only fitting that I pay a tribute to a particular person who was a very integral part of the carnival, and that is Pam Campbell, who passed away not so long ago. But I'm sure that with her children and her grandchildren, her legacy will carry on, and also her contribution to the Leicester City Carnival. I'd also like to pay tribute to the Caribbean Carnival Committee, who has actually kept the momentum going throughout the pandemic, and for us to celebrate, and this is how we're having to celebrate. Let's hope that next year we'll be up there on the park, looking at all the vibrant, beautiful costumes, listening to the music, getting involved with the troops and everything else like that. I'm really looking forward to that. It's a shame, because look at the weather. Look at the weather today. Every time when we've had carnival, it's actually been raining. But today, look at this. But anyway, thanks everybody. Thanks the Carnival Committee. Thanks everybody and all the people that are here today. And let's hope that next year we're celebrating in our hopefully usual way. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Sugar, Chair of the Caribbean Carnival. And thank you all for inviting me to come and say a few words today. As mentioned before, we have the weather for the occasion, and it's unfortunate that we're not able to parade around the streets and share our barbecue and stuff on the park. And just out of curiosity, does anyone know where the word barbecue comes from? Just to let you know, it also came from the Caribbean. The Arawak Indians had it as a word that they used when they were processing their meat over the fire. So the Europeans have a lot to thank the Caribbean for, apart from the barbecues. Well, it's 36 years on since we started this one, and I think if Elvie Martin is listening, when she sat down with her team and said, let's celebrate what's great from the Caribbean 36 years ago, I wonder if she thought it would survive this long. And I wonder if she thought she would have had the support from the community, not just from the African heritage community, but from the wider community that we've had over the many years of the carnival. And I wonder if she thought it would have been as spectacular as it has been each year. And yes, it's had difficulties over the many years, but somewhere the resilience within our community has ensured that the carnival continue, and long may it continue into the future. And really what I also want to say is that one of the beauty about carnival, it tells us about what it's like to live in a multicultural society, where people are not judged by the color of their skin, but that they're judged by the content of their character. And the way in which we do it here in Leicester is really special, because no one is black, no one is white, we're all one human beings. But when we sit down and talk to each other, yes, I'm a black person, you're a white person, but we're looking at each other eye to eye. And I must say that I was really very disappointed at the outcome of the football on Sunday, not because England lose, and I didn't expect them to, because my money was on them to win. But the thing that disappointed me most was the fact that as an African heritage person, you were English until you missed a penalty. Then you suddenly become a black person and the worst thing on the planet, which was so disappointing. But thank God, it's only a few people in this country that has that view about the different communities that make up this wonderful city of Leicester. And I know I've been told by the chair of the carnival, not to say too much, so at this point I'm just going to slow things down and say, wish you were here because we're having a great time and looking forward to next year when we're on the park, having our barbecue, listening to music, Sugar, listening to the parades around the street and watching the participation from all sections of society. And remember, Leicester's Carnival is the #1 event in the city each year. We attract the greatest and the most diverse crowd to this event. And we're looking forward to having your presence. And if you can come from the Caribbean, from America, wherever you are in the world, to come and join us, you're more than welcome. Thank you.
Sugar, thank you. And I have been warned to keep it very, very short. So, Sugar, thank you for the invite. Thank you to the Carnival Committee. But on behalf of the force, can I just say it's a real pleasure and a delight to be here. The irony of being stood at De Montfort Hall on a day where it's nearly 30 degrees, it calls for a carnival. But we're in unusual times, and I really do want to just say a massive well done, because keeping the carnival spirit alive during this really strange period of COVID, I think is really commendable. You look over my shoulder and the effort that has gone in during lockdown to get these costumes to support a virtual carnival is absolutely outstanding. I guess for me, just some quick reflections around the carnival. Normally I would be stood here trying to say some words. Nobody hears them because the drums are going, the music's playing, it's vibrant. That is what Leicester Carnival is about. It's a significant event in the calendar. It's people travel from all over the country, and it's really great that actually if this is going out to a worldwide audience, that they just acknowledge and recognise the importance that we place on it here in Leicester. It's because of the vibrancy, it's the colours, it's the inclusivity, which really, it's not just about celebrating black heritage here in Leicester. It actually brings together everybody from every community, every faith and every age. And that is what makes Leicester Carnival really, really special. So once again, a big thank you for inviting me. It's a delight, and I genuinely hope you enjoy the virtual carnival. So a big thank you and well done to the committee.
As the Lord Mayor of Leicester, I'm both delighted and honoured to be opening this year's Caribbean Carnival, which I believe is your first virtual carnival since it began 36 years ago. The carnival takes place each year in August to commemorate the emancipation of slavery in the West Indies, and is now one of the largest multicultural events across the Midlands, with the audiences of over 30,000, I believe. Despite the recent relaxation of COVID-19 restrictions, I'm pleased that the organisers have chosen to host this year's carnival as a virtual event to ensure our continued safety and to minimise the spread of coronavirus throughout our communities. I know they've planned a variety of entertainment, including music from local artists, interviews, discussions, and prizes to be won. And I'd like to thank all those involved in their hard work and creativity in putting the carnival together. I'm sure it will be a huge success and we'll be able to enjoy the celebrations at home. This year's time is our past, present and future aspirations for Leicester's Caribbean Carnival. And whilst we reflect on the success of our past, we embrace the present with new ways of communication through the virtual technology. We also look to the future and recognise the importance of finding innovative ways to collaborate and come together to keep the carnival. The carnival always brings added colour and vibrancy to the city, providing a wonderful opportunity to celebrate the culture and heritage of Caribbean people here in Leicester, and I'm tremendously grateful to the organisers, their continued dedication and commitment. On behalf of the Leicester City Council, I wish you all a very happy day and would like to declare the 2021 Carnival officially open. Thank you.
This is our current Carnival Queen for MCAM. It's me in the East Midland Caribbean Carnival Network. And she is the East Midland Queen, but also Leicester Queen. Give her a round of applause, please. Now, let's hear it for our Queen. That sounds a bit dull. Let's hear it for our Queen. Thank you. So the next part now, or what will happen, step forward. You're going to cut the ribbon. I'm a bit doubt about that scissors. However, pretend that, oh, you got the proper one. I'm a bit worried. So, Queen, you hold the ribbon, both hold.
And what we're going to do is we're going to do a little countdown.
Yes, we're having our countdown now. So in the background, we count starting from 5 to 1, and then we cut. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you. And again, let's hear it. Lord Mayor and Queen, and all our dignity today. Remember, we're going worldwide. So, on your best behavior, I will sing you a song, but my song for today will be Amazing Grace. But it's nice and sunny, so I will keep it that way. Thank you, and thank each and every one. Okay?
What we drinking? I don't know. What we drinking? I don't know. What we drinking? I don't know. Hola, wait. What we drinking? I don't know. What we drinking? I don't know. I don't know what I drinking. All I know is thing got me singing. Godzilla.
Space you up to the time.
Vibes Cartel. Ladies.
Static. Hey girl, bend your back. Bubble panda. Kick, bend your tack. Everything shot. Hey girl, bend your back. Bubble panda. Kick, bend your tack. Everything shot.
Hey girl, just wine and bend over. Giving to the beat of the soca. Do it all on tabletop on the sofa. Girls from Trinidad, girl from Europa. Girl from Jamaica, girl from Toga. Bend so low so me can see your shoulder. Bumper spin like the wheel of a roller. Come your beauty, I'm the beholder. Love when you bend and you wine and watch over. Rough ride.
Right till the bicycle broke off. 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 Right till the bicycle broke. Hey girl, bend your back.
Yeah.
Bubble panda. Kick, bend your tack. Everything shot. Hey girl, bend your back. Bubble panda. Kick, bend your tack. Everything shot.
She said she feel hurt. Baby girl, just long out your tongue and wine pon the rhythm and cock up your bumper. Girl can still want the next. Tell say sex and no girl can test. Wine in the sun, wine up on the rain. To be a go nice and Trinidad nice. Girl from South and from Port of Spain.
Right till the bicycle broke off. 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 Hey girl, bend your back.
Yeah.
Bubble panda. Kick, bend your tack. Everything shot. Hey girl, bend your back. Bubble panda. Kick, bend your tack. Everything shot.
You want the song, gal? Feel on zoot. Where she can go with her thinking foot. I want that a rat bat. She said thanks, me say welcome mat. At a shooting range, so you think shot. Man to woman twine up like a knot. Chew me a dart and no joke, no laugh. Girl laugh it up when the missile go off.
Rough ride.
Right till the bicycle broke off. 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 Right till the bicycle broke.
Rough ride. Right till the bicycle rock off. 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 Right till the bicycle rock off.
All in her garden. All in her garden. All in her garden. All in her garden. She want me to work. I am the maintenance man, landscape specialist. Many cause the veteran, I'm the irrigation therapist. Love to get my fingers in the mud. It's all about the gardening, not in my blood. I am the maintenance man, landscape specialist. Many cause the veteran, I'm the irrigation therapist. Love to get my fingers in the mud. It's all about the gardening, not in my blood. She want me to work. She want me to work. Don't worry back, she want me to work. Up on the side, she want me to work. All in her garden, she want me to work. Don't worry back, she want me to work. Up on the side, she want me to. All in her garden, she want me spend time. Enough long hours and real overtime. She don't even care rainfall, sunshine. I am the maintenance man, landscape specialist. When it comes to veteran, I'm the irrigation therapist. Love to get my fingers in the mud. It's all about the gardening, not in my blood. I am the maintenance man, landscape specialist. When it comes to veteran, I'm the irrigation therapist. Love to get my fingers in the mud. It's all about the gardening, not in my blood. She want me jerk in the fork and turn the top soil. Pack out the whacker and see if it want oil. Sharpen up the clippers and trim the front head. Check the outdoor tears and rub them with flesh. The rocks got moss, bring the chloro, take the caustic soda and scrub the plant pots. Get door hanging, don't bust a fuse. We gon' hurry and we gon' get some all in her garden. She want me to work. Don't worry back, she want me to work. Up on the side, she want me to. All in her garden. She want me spend time. Enough long hours and real overtime. She don't even care rainfall, sunshine. Once I roll up my sleeves, it's time to make room. I got the miracle word to make the flowers full bloom. When I land inside your yard, it's nothing but working. Sit back, relax, and just hear the birds chirping. Trim the branches, sow the seeds. Let the plants pull the weeds. I just make sure fertilizer stronger to ensure that my cucumbers grow longer. Maintenance man, landscape to work, 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 work. She want me to work, 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 work. Down by the back, she want me to work, 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 work. On by the side, she want me to work, 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 work. Maintenance man, last year specialist, medical veteran, I'm the irrigation therapist. Love to get my fingers in the mud. It's all about the garden, that's in my blood. I am the maintenance man, last year specialist, medical veteran, I'm the irrigation therapist. Love to get my fingers in the mud. It's all about the garden, that's in my blood. All in her garden, she want me to work. Down by the back, she want me to work. On by the side, she want me to work. All in her garden, she want me spend time. Enough long hours and real overtime. She don't even care rainfall, sunshine, rainfall, sunshine. I am the maintenance man, last year specialist, medical veteran, I'm the irrigation therapist. Love to get my fingers in the mud. It's all about the garden, that's in my blood. I am the maintenance man, last year specialist, medical veteran, I'm the irrigation therapist. Love to get my fingers in the mud. But let me tell you something, darling. I want you leave out the minors that too hard to pick. Leave it to me, girl, I got a big stick. Sorry for the ones that your husband can't eat, but anything you give me, I know it's gonna be sweet. Pick all the cherries before they turn red. Get the fertilizer, spread it on the base. Screw on the nozzle and turn it by head, or roll the hose and spray it on the base.
Balancing when we on the road. Watch me balancing, watch me balancing. Yes, we tilted any road. Watch me balancing, watch me balancing. Jump up, jump up, say jump up, put your hands up, say jump up, jump up, say jump up, put your hands up, say jump up, jump up, say jump up, put your hands up, say jump up, jump up. 1, 2, 3, 4. Mashing up the place, jump up, mash up the place. Mashing up the place, jump up, mash up the place.
Hello, I'm Cheryl. I'm a trading, and thank you, Julia. It's always a pleasure taking part in the carnival and working alongside you. Um, it's intriguing, the costumes and the amount of work they've put into it. It was an amazing little show. So what we're going to do now is, unfortunately, we lost one of our leaders within Leicester. So we're going to pay tribute to Pam Campbell, who unfortunately passed away recently.
Pam will be very much missed by all those who knew her. May she rest in peace eternally.
Okay, thank you very much, there, Cheryl. Cheryl had a chat with Stabana via Zoom to discuss plans for his 25th anniversary of doing business in Leicester. As a former director of Leicester Caribbean Carnival for many years, and as someone who has been very much involved in the carnival over the years, we thought what better opportunity than to link up with Stabana, who has been selling tickets on our behalf for entry to our carnival each year at no cost to us whatsoever. Over now to you, Cheryl.
So hi, I'm here today with Stabana, one of our legends in Leicester. He's done so much for the community, and I would like you to say about how you got involved in the carnival when it first started.
When I first started,
Yeah.
well, when Carnival first started, I was just a normal person from the public. So from day one of all the carnivals, I think I've been to all of them, and yeah, I thought he was very, very good.
But I understand you were part of the committee at one point.
Yeah, I became involved with the committee, and it was very, very good. Hard work. I think there was lots of late night meetings. I think that's probably one of the reasons why I came off it, really, because I think meetings used to start something like about 7-ish, but then maybe we should finish at 10, but it sort of went on till 11 or whatever.
Yeah.
So that was very, very tough.
Yeah.
The meetings was too long.
Yeah, and people don't realize the amount of work that it takes behind the scenes to actually put the carnival on and make certain decisions. So over the years, in reference to putting on the carnival, and I'm sure you'd agree it wasn't as strict back then as it is now in regulations.
No, you know, I think it was, I think nowadays it's too strict, because I remember the route used to go straight across the park, Evington Road, St. Peter's Road, and into town and things like that, which to me was sort of going through the heart of the community, rather than now straight down London Road and Charles Street, Gallery Gate, and then back up. So it's not really, you know, through the committee, through the I-fields or whatever.
Yeah.
You know, so yeah, it is a bit too strict. It's not as, you know, loose. I mean, I've done the London Carnival, you know, and as a trader, I've been to everywhere: Bristol, Derby, Nottingham. I've done all the carnival, but to me, the Leicester one is too strict, and I don't know why.
There's lots of new regulations coming, and every year there's regulations about risk assessments and health and safety, which we're going to touch on that later on in the show. But You've seen so many different carnivals. Compared to Leicester Carnival, what is it about Leicester that it makes people come every year in, year out, that people enjoy, that's different from other carnivals?
Well, I think, I mentioned the Bristol and the Derbies and so forth. I think, there's a little bit more better parking area, especially when you come to Birmingham. So there's a little bit more parking space. And I think really and truly, hopefully it's happening, but I would think, on the Carnival day, they could ease down on the parking just for the period of time so that people from outside who don't know where to park, could park. So I would imagine the parking would be one of the big things really that they could look at, just like, I'm not having to go at the mosque or the Muslim or whatever, but I'm sure on their day, on a Friday, it seemed to be a lot of restrictions are lifted because I'm seeing people parking on double yellow lines and so forth. So, I know the question was, regarding what I've seen and what I've not seen at different carnivals. I think Leicester has got a big, wide area than some of the other ones like Bristol or Derby. There's a lot more space. Or it used to have a lot of space. I'm talking like the pavilion, where the tennis was. So it used to be a little bit wider. So I'd imagine now they're sort of enclosing us into a little tiny area, whereas before. So that is really what I'm supposed to be saying, really, that what attracted me to it, really, that we had a lot of space.
Yeah.
It's a big park compared to a lot of these other places that we've gone to. So I think, like you said about the restriction, I think to me, that's what they're sort of like squeezing us or hemming us into a little area, because even the fun fair have gone smaller. Maybe the stores have gone less. And I mean, I'm hoping I'm not talking out of turn, but it's gone too expensive, because before there was no paying, which to me, for one day out of the whole year, people have paid their taxes and everything else. I think, we should be looking at that where it is free. I know it might not be possible, but to me, I think that is a massive, massive issue. I mean, like £1 or something like that or whatever, And
the reason, I think, one of the main reasons why the charges came in place and was incurred was because a lot of it was around the regulations that the local authorities stipulated. For example, the health and safety and the barriers. The barriers was thousands of pounds. Security costs up to £30,000+ alone.
Well, I remember when Leicester City won the championship. I'm sure I went up to Vicky Park and there was no barriers. There wasn't any fees paid, and that So to me, I didn't see no barriers. I think we just walked onto the park. So to me, that's something again they could look at, because what are those barriers doing? What are they stopping? Because to me, to pay out so much money, to me, I unless there's harm coming to somebody or unless something is going wrong, then fair enough. But did something go wrong? Why they needed the barriers to go up?
No. That's a question for the local authorities. Leicester, what's happened to Leicester Carnival? It's no longer seen as a community event. It's seen as a commercial event. So it has different regulations and stipulations. So they put more into the health and safety. And again, what people don't really understand, the money that we get from the local authority actually goes back to pay the road and traffic, the barriers, the security. So it goes, the council gave 60,000, but the 60,000, majority of it goes back to paying the council for allowing us to having the event on the park. So that's a question that needs to be brought up with the local authorities as to why we're so restricted on as a group of people. But what about the costumes? How have the costumes changed over the years?
I think they've got better. They've got better and better each year, which is what you want to see. And to me, that's what you want from the carnival, that each year it gets better in terms of, managing it in terms of, like you said, the costume, you know. But I'd say, yeah, it's got better every year. Yes, there's people that will always want more and whatever, but they don't know the workload that's in it. They don't know the cost that's in it, you know. So if you go back probably to maybe some of the artists that comes onto the stage, you know, everybody wants paying, everybody wants money. You know, so I think if they want big artists, then obviously that's probably one of the reasons where we got to charge. But I'd say hopefully, you know, we can talk to some of these people, or hopefully some of these people can give up some of their free time just to help the carnival, because, you know, I mean, I gave them a lot of money a few years ago, you know, when we were doing exceptionally well. You know, I think the accountant said to me, well, you know, you're going to be paying a lot of taxes that particular year. So haven't you got nobody that you wanted to donate to? And can you remember the amount? I think that, you know, not quoting a lot of things. If off the top of my head, I think it was about $5,000 that we gave them cash.
And
you know?
that's one of the things that I think we need, even if people haven't got physical cash to put in, their contributions to support. It's a one celebration where, as a community, we can come together and celebrate each other. But throughout the year, there's lots and lots of things involved. There's the organisation, there's helping the children with making their costumes, there's doing the risk assessment, the health and safety plans, having the meeting with the authorities and the police. There's so much, and I'm sure the carnival welcomes people to come on board. And also it's about the importance of the carnival, how it brings the community together, but gives the children and people things to do throughout the year, using skills, making costumes, or just coming together as a community.
Yeah, well, I know a lot of friends of mine from Peterborough, London, and all over the place. I know they like to come down and chill out and relax and things like that. So I think, you know, it is a useful, you know, to have the carnival, because sometimes as well, you know, I've met people there from Barbados or from other islands because they come up just for the carnival, which is good. And I think that's one of the other things that maybe the authorities don't realize, that, you know, a lot of family and friends do catch up, do meet up on that particular day. So it's good for their mental well-being. You know, to have something like that. So because in my shop, you know, for the last maybe couple of months, that's all I've been hearing is the carnival on, is the carnival on, is the carnival on. To me, as being the shop in town, you know, a lot of people do come in there to ask if it's on. You know, so a lot of people will miss it this year, you know. So I think hopefully next year, you know, we can sort of get this thing back together, and hopefully, you know, we can talk to the council a little bit harder, or maybe some sponsorship or whatever, you know. So I think.
What do you think about the local other local businesses? Because Carnival every year brings hundreds and hundreds of people, thousands of people even into the city, and a lot of businesses benefit from that.
Yeah.
But they don't put back into the community. They don't sponsor or support what we're doing. Even the contribution of the resources and turning business around Leicester City alone, the carnival brings in a lot of revenue that day, but yet it's not supported by the local businesses.
I think what we probably need to do, I'm not saying it's not been done already, but maybe what we need to do is to probably find out, you know, the route that it goes down, and find out from the businesses that, you know, we're trying to get on board, you know, why, you know, they won't sort of sponsor the carnival. Because at the end of the day, really, maybe if they're not getting anything from it, you know, so maybe when they do the program or whatever, they can say, well, look, you know, I mean, I'm not saying some of these things are not happening at the moment, but, you know, the question is that, you know, some of the businesses are not sort of helping to sponsor the carnival, you know?
Yeah, because we do know all the hotels are filled during that time. We do know most of the shops have customers. We know all the bars are open, and the clubs are making money. There's evidence of that. We've asked questions within the local authority. What are the stats around the revenue that comes into Leicester on that particular date? So we can see that that's happening. But it's again, like you said, maybe we should do a survey with the local businesses to see what are the benefits to the carnival, and would they promote their business within the carnival brochure? Maybe form a new relationship with businesses all over again and see where that goes.
Yeah, because, I think, with the route that I've seen, maybe what we could do is to have a look at, or find out if they are sponsoring us. So if you goes to be, well, Randy, it's a nil at the moment that nobody sponsors us, then I think we need to just find out from early why. Why wouldn't you sponsor us? Because to me, if they're giving nothing at all, why not give £100 or £50 or what they can afford? So rather than say, well, here's a package for 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, is to say, well, look, we know the route goes past here, in the years that it's been going past you, do you find you get more business? And then maybe ask them, what would you like to contribute? So rather than put a price on it, we probably need to say to them, because, something is better than nothing. So if we're getting nothing at all from them, then maybe we ought to draw up a plan and see how many businesses it goes past. And then see, so don't go out there thinking, they'll give 500, they'll give 5,000, they'll give 10,000. I think we're probably just got to go out there and see what they'll give us. But, nobody wants to give something for nothing. So yes, we do know the carnival is going past their route or whatever, but, it could be like, most shops make their money at Christmas. So for the 360 days of the year, they're probably not making anything. So that one day does claw back a lot of things. So they might look at the carnival as, okay, we've made 3 times the sale that we normally make, but how many bad days have we had? So therefore they're not going to look at it favorable to say, okay, yes, we're done well on Carnival Day. What about the other days when the carnival's not there?
I suppose from a business point of view.
Which is like for us, people will say, which is your best day? I mean, back in the days when I was a young child or whatever, you used to know that Saturday or Friday was shopping day or whatever. Whereas to me, at the banners, it could be Monday, it could be Tuesday, it could be Thursday, it could be Friday. Every day is almost the same. So there's no big day for us.
So the carnival is really important to our city. And how do you think it helps cross generations? How does it, do you feel, is it a day of unity where you get the older generation, the younger generation enjoying and celebrating?
Well, hopefully, again, especially, with the mixed race children and the younger generation, which my son is born here, it's a time for them to see, yam, dumpling, cane. I don't think I've seen any jackfruit up there, So it is a time when you can hopefully take your kids around and say, well, that's, cane, or try that. Or if you go to the food stall, you can get them to try, corn or jerk chicken or whatever. So a lot of people hopefully on that particular day can, talk to their kids regarding, because to me, really and truly, again, being in Leicester for so long, back in the, say, late 60s, everybody used to find everybody on Spinney Park. If you wanted to find everybody, you could find everybody on Spinney Park. So to me, when I do go up to the carnival, I do catch up with a lot of people that I haven't seen for years.
And finally, do you how important do you think the carnival plays the role of the culture of the Caribbean and ethnic minorities within Leicester?
Well, again, I think it shows a togetherness, because, going up to the carnival lately in these last probably 5-10 years, there's everybody up there, white, black, Indians, so to me, there is a cross section of people coming to the carnival, you know. So I'd say it's bringing us, hopefully, a lot closer, because people can come up there and enjoy themselves or see how things have been done, the way we do things. So it's nice that there is a carnival and it's run by us, our own type of people, rather than somebody else. Because, you know, you're talking, you know, you could have food shop or something, you know, different, where it's yes, it's for us, but it's not run by us.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's nice to see that the carnival is being run by our own people, you know.
And I understand you're doing some sort of competition. Do you want to tell us a little bit about it, what you're offering?
Well, the shop's been open 25 years, so we'd like to, you know, give away a few, we'd like to give away a 25% discount to some of the people that will be listening to us today.
Yeah.
And hopefully we can do maybe 2 or 3 questions that we'd like to ask them. And if they can ring into the office, you know, the carnival office, and give the answers, or as near as, depending on the question, you know, then we'd like to do maybe three questions, really.
Okay.
I'd go for, and then they can get, you know, 25% discount because it's our 25th year.
Oh, thank you so much, and congratulations. It must have been a tremendous journey for you, the 25 years, and here you are. And it's about, again, support. Our communities need to support our businesses that's in there to keep us together, so we survive. And
yeah, I mean, I'd like to thank all the customers that's been coming there, because again, without the customers, without people coming to the carnival, it's the same thing. It's a journey that we're on. And if, you know, if people do support the cricket, you know, Highfield Rangers, the cricket club, maybe the Domino, you know, you got all the pubs. There's 2 pubs. There's Cox's pub. There's the Burlington pub. So if they do support these things, then, you know, which I think we all should do, you know, if there's a black businesses around, you know, I mean, I'll say a little bit more, like since George Floyd passed away, which, you know, God rest his soul, we have picked up, you know, we had people coming in from Birmingham, Nottingham, ringing the shop and said, are you black owned? And, you know, and they've been coming in. So I'd like to say thank you to all the customers that's been coming to Stabana over these last 25 years, because again, without the customers, we wouldn't have survived. So big, massive thank you to them, you know.
And thank you for taking this time out today with me.
Yes. So, yeah, we got about 6 questions here, but I'd like to choose what, maybe, I said I'll do 3 and it's 3, 1. So, let's have a look. Okay, that's too easy, that one. Okay, yes. This one will be a tricky one. So they'll probably have to do some research into that. Give the date of birth of one of the owners, Randy or Jenny. So the date of birth of Randy or Jenny. And it can be the nearest. So I'd say, you know, the nearest one to it, you know, can win that 25% discount. And then this one would be tricky as well. Which member of the royal family did we meet early in the business? Which one of them? So we've had 2 business. We've had the tracksuit business, and then also we're at Stabana's now. So we want to find out, you know, which one of the royal family did we meet?
Okay. Yeah.
And then, which famous local, so there's 2, but they've only got to name 1. Which famous local singer or drummer shops at Stabana to this present day? Yeah, so which famous, I can give them a little hint. So both of them have had #1 records.
Yeah.
So maybe they could Google that, you know, because that would be, I'm giving them the answer, really. they could Google that. Yeah, Google that. So a famous singer that still shops at Stabana, and also a drummer that still shops with us.
Okay.
I think that's it, but we'll give them a bonus one. Which famous department store in London did the Stabanas supply their tracksuits to?
Wow. So you've done a lot. You've supplied a lot and gone to different places. That's great. What was some of your challenges, and what kept you going?
I think from a small boy, I've always, I might use the word, it might be strong, but I've always disliked people selling us our own stuff,
Okay,
So I'm talking hairdressers, food or whatever, I'd like to see our own people supplying our own stuff, and I think, that's a tough one for me to go into a store and I want to pick up certain things and it's not one of our people, and I think, hopefully, they've seen that with our store, that they can come in there, and yes, they might not say I'm friendly or whatever, but at the end of the day, I got a lot going on my plate, but at least, they can come in there, and they can see somebody which is the same as them.
Yeah. And it's empowering and encouraging as well, because our young people that are coming up, the challenges that they have, that they need somewhere or someone that they can look up to say, I can have my own, I can form my own business, or I can go to that individual that knows the challenges to talk to, and that would give me advice.
Well, I think that's one of the reasons why, the shop front is the colors that it is, red, gold, and green, because I think when we got there 25 years ago, I think when I was deciding to think about the sign that I was going to put up above, when I looked out and I looked up Charles Street, down Charles Street, all I could see was red, white, blue, red, white, blue, red, white, blue, red, white, blue. So I thought by putting up the African colors, people could, which I think they do. They know straight away once they walk past our shop that, we're African Caribbean, So yeah. So
yes, thank you. You have been such a legend throughout the years, and even if people don't say to you direct, people do respect you and they appreciate what you've done over the past and what you continue doing. So I'd like to say thank you as well.
Yeah, I think that's another thing I'd like to say. Thank you to all the staff that we've employed. We've employed, I'd say, a good 20, 25 people, and a lot of them are doing very, very well in terms of hopefully what we've helped them with. We've got school teachers, we've got barristers, and a lot of them come back and tell us that, their sons or daughter that's been employed by us over the years, have gone on to do things. So hopefully we've, installed some discipline in them, because I'm a disciplinarian, hopefully. So I'm hoping that, what I've done and how I've done it, I've helped some of the kids that have worked there,
Yeah, thank you.
Hi, and that was Tabana's interview. It was a pleasure speaking with him, and to reach 25 years in your business, I'm sure he's had a challenging journey and an enjoyable journey as well. So Stabana's doing a competition where he's offering 25% off, and I'll just repeat the questions, and you can give your answers to the Stabana 0116 251 4393. That's 0116 251 4393. So the first question was, what is the date of birth of Randy or Jenny, or both? What is the date of birth of Randy or Jenny? Second question, which member of the royal family did Randy and Jenny meet? So which member of the royal family did they meet? And the third question, which famous singer and drummer from Leicester shops at Stabana? So which famous drummer and singer, or both, shops at Stabana, and they're from Leicester? And the final question is, which London store did Stabana supply tracksuits for in his clothes business? So he had a clothes business and they used to supply for a famous store in London. So which one was it? Thank you. I'll repeat the number one more time, 0116 251 4393. And happy anniversary for 25 years.
Just hold them and walk there.
I want a narcos gal. Good girl thing don't work for me. I just want a body. Bad, 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 bad body. I get look to work up she body. Kill them on it, kill them on it, hey. Roll your bumper, kill them on it, kill them on it, kill them on it, hey. Roll your bumper, kill them on it, roll, roll, kill them on it, hey. Walk the bumper, kill them on it, roll, roll, kill them on it, kill them on it, hey, kill them on it, hey, hey. Hey mama, bad girl, good grammar. Oh nana, self-made, no doctor. And that's the reason why they hating on you. Just show them your dirty way.
Monsieur, mama, my girl, eyeliner, your mother real bless you. That thing looking move it, show bed, turn around, y'all wine your move it, stick your move it, juke your move it, drop your move it, now roll your move it, clap your move it, tick tock your move it, shake up your move it, y'all wine your move it, stick your move it, juke your move it, drop your move it, now roll your move it, clap your move it, tick tock your move it, shake up your move it. No girl can never diss you. That's one thing your mother give you. The people man cannot leave you, cause it tight, fat and sweet too. Matela pi super melee, cause you know your money done pay. Pat your thing and call your man Ray, if you know you from Ansari. Wind your move it, stick your move it, juke your move it, drop your move it, now roll your move it, clap your move it, tick tock your move it, shake up your move it, y'all wind your move it, stick your move it, juke your move it, drop your move it, now 1, 2, 3, action.
Bend over, bend over, bend over, show time. Bend over, bend over, bend over, show time. Bend over, bend over, bend over, show time. Bend over, bend over. Give me the blockbuster. No, don't pon the ground, 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 pon the ground. Show time. Pon the ground, 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 pon the ground. Show time. Pon the ground, 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 pon the ground. Show time. Pon the ground, 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 pon the ground. Hey, take out your camera, put on your flash, make them get low, say them ain't no match. And when you pass through, them have to watch. Cause when you're winding, Lord, make up your face and frown. Show them you run town. Make up your face and frown. Show them you run town. Make up your face and frown. Drop down on the ground. Make up your face and frown. Lord, hey, you got over there. Time to make a movie. Say you got over there. Let we make a movie. You got over there. Time to make a movie. Say you got over there.
Move, excuse me. Let me pass. You don't want to have fun? Then move your ass. You do like soca. Then what you doing here? You don't know when Jab Jab drink rum? We do not care. Cause the life at the party is in our hands. But the rum say don't worry, cause I am Superman. And you see all my haters. Normally I duck you, but when I drink my rum now, I want to tell you.
He tell me pick up something, anything. From tell me to grab something, anything. I just want to pick up something, anything. Watch how Just now.
And yes, there we had it. The four groups from the Leicester Caribbean Carnival, ER crew with two of their groups, junior and senior. And we had Sensational Vibes and the final one being Extreme Mass. And on we go with the program for today. We are going to be focusing on the Special Olympics 2009 in Leicester. In August 2009, several members from four of our local costume bands were invited to work along with Clarice Alandi of Mahogany Arts and other artists to work on costumes for the official opening of the 2009 Special Olympics. Among those groups were Sequence, led by Carolee James, and Sensational Vibes, led by Kamala Smile. As part of our agreement with Mahogany Arts, most of the costumes were included in the Leicester Caribbean Carnival parade that same year. Today, as part of our virtual carnival presentation, we are pleased to be able to present to you the official opening ceremony of the Special Olympics 2009 held at the King Power Stadium in Leicester. Thanks to the Special Olympics Great Britain for allowing us to include this video in our program today.
We are here to tell a story of magic and mystery, inspired by the beauty of nature and humanity. As here in Leicester, on this day, we view as one and turn the pages of the book of life, embracing diversity and discovery, to aspire and achieve as one people, one passion, Wonderland. Rising from the depths, these beasts of spirit and soul, symbols of our unity, the three that make us whole. let us take tea, a part of you and me, a taste of the exotic with flavors from afar. These are the things that make us who we are. precious life, reborn, to spread wings anew, to fly higher than ever before, summoned from loving care and the spirit of humanity. We are now as one.
Well, I don't know about you, Sam, but it was, I mean, what can you say? Awesome, incredible.
I have been to Wonderland. I can happily say that tonight. That's the performance, isn't it?
Unbelievable, you know. Come on, everybody, just rise to them because that was something extra special. Come on, let's hear it for them. That was absolutely fantastic. I've got it.
It was Mahogany. So let's hear it for Mahogany and all the other children and the groups that took part in that. They've been working really hard. And I have to say, ladies and gentlemen, they were superb. Let's give them a huge round of applause. One more time, please.
Come on, Buff for Mahogany. Fantastic. Come on. With all due respect to our manager, Nigel Pearson, I don't think there'll be better performance on the pitch this season. I tell you, you can't. I'll have to tell Nigel, you won't. There is some performance. That was incredible. So we've got some more messages, I believe, Sam, have we?
We certainly have. We've got a special treat now, some video messages. So let's take a look at our screens.
And there you have it, the official opening ceremony of the Special Olympics in 2009. Thanks to Special Olympics Great Britain for granting us permission to share this video with you on our program today. Also to Clarice Alandi of Mahogany Arts for giving our groups the opportunity to work with her and her team of professional artists to not only work on the costumes, but also to perform in the costumes at the official opening ceremony and on Carnival Day in Leicester. To our team leaders, volunteers, and parents who worked on this project, you made us all proud. And now we're going to continue with the program today, and we are going to be moving over to an interview with Herd White, who is a former coordinator of Leicester Caribbean Carnival. And Cheryl has linked up with him to take a look back at what it was like back in the early days of Carnival.
Hi.
Hi. Good morning.
How are you, Hurdle?
I'm very well. I'm very well. Thank you. Very well.
Oh, it's been a long time.
It has, hasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. How's life treating you?
Life is very, very good. I'm a very fortunate person. Life is very good, despite all the coronavirus and the lockdown and stuff like that. Yeah, I'm doing well. I'm doing well.
That's really, really good. So today, what the reason why we've come together here today is to have an interview around Carnival. So, as you know, due to COVID, we can't have large gatherings at the moment. We've all got to stay safe. So we're going to be doing this online. So I was looking over the effects and also talking to some young people while working during the COVID pandemic around Carnival. We thought it'd be really interesting to have pioneers and talk about their experiences, past, present, and future Carnival, and what was it like back then. So for yourself, how long ago did you join Carnival or even got involved in any way?
I got involved in Carnival 1988 when I was made redundant from Bentley Engineering, and we had 3 months that we didn't have to work to get severance pay, and the job vacancy was up for Carnival, and I thought, yeah, why not? And I went and applied for it and got the job.
Okay.
Yeah. And even when I got the job, I did the job for about 2 months without pay because they didn't have any money.
I know that's the thing about small organisations. So, what made you want to get involved in Carnival at that time?
One, I was out of work. Then I thought I need to get another job, and I thought Carnival, ideal thing to do. Been involved with the radio as well, is something that that I'd like to do. Get away from engineering, and did something differently, and I thoroughly enjoy it.
What was your role at
My
that?
role was the carnival coordinator. I organize meetings, get sponsorship and things like that. Make sure everything run very smoothly. Yeah, it was interesting time. Interesting time.
So, tell me what Carnival was like back then.
I tell you, sure. I think compare with now. In the earlys, Carnival started in 1985. In the earlys, and I joined 1988, somewhere around there, it was more of a community thing than it is now. During Carnival, you could hear lots of people within the African Caribbean community raving about Carnival. This person wanted to make true, this person wanted to join this person wanted to do that. And it was a buzz. It really was a buzz. And during that other time, we used to have street dances in the town. When it's a week before Carnival, you have all the sound system at the clock tower playing music leading up to Carnival. And there was a buzz. But now, although Carnival is still happening, the buzz that we had during that time, sadly, is not there anymore.
So, yeah, I understand and appreciate that. I remember when I was a young girl, and I wasn't really allowed to go Carnival in England. My parents wouldn't allow it, but we went home.
Why?
My dad at the time, I don't know. My dad at the time was, I think, a little bit strict, and he was very protective over us, and we never really got involved in. I wasn't allowed to go out partying and stuff like that. So, but when we went home to St. Kitts, I think that was the first time I actually saw Carnival, and it was amazing. Like you said, it's lots of fun, street partying, lots of eating. It was I really thoroughly enjoyed it. I think the thing with Carnival now, I think the one in Carnival in Leicester, I think it's the second largest event in the country, and it's become very commercialized. And what's happening now? There's lots of red tape around health and safety, and which puts a lot of costing on Carnival and a lot of restrictions. And we're governed by what the local authorities, advise us. So it's become a very organized event rather than a free-for-all event, which makes it really, really difficult. But like you said, people enjoy
And when we meant free for all, we don't mean everybody just come in and do as they like.
No,
I think people get that message wrong. When we said it's free for all kind of situation, that I think the outer community think it's something, it's one of those things where they have all these big sound system and anything happening. It's organized, but organized in a friendly, family way.
That's right. And when I say free for all, I'm talking about enabling you to express yourself while you're enjoying the Carnival itself. And people also don't realize the organization behind putting on such a large event. The planning that's involved in it, and the manpower that's behind closed doors, the round top table meetings with the authorities, the costing of security, the costing of the barriers, the cost of paying for the streets, because when they close off the streets with the traffic, the Carnival, that expense comes onto the Carnival. And then the budgeting, even though you get funding from the local authority towards the Carnival event itself, a lot of the money actually goes back to the local authority
on the expenses around security, trafficking, emergency services, clearing of the park, barriers, and it works quite expensive. What type of costing compared to now when carnivals first started?
I don't think we had the amount of costing that you're having today as we did then. I think the local authority were more liberal in those days when carnival started. Yeah, we didn't have that expense. And what I have noticed now is that you have a police control room at the Manfred Hall, and I think that is unnecessary. I really do think that is unnecessary. And this is what some people complain about. And also, I know they're trying very hard, they're working very hard to make the carnival a success. But sometimes when you have these long queues,
yeah,
paying to get in and sitting in queue for hours, I think that need to be looked at again. I know it has been looked into, but I think it needs to be looked at again, because I think this deterred people from coming in.
Yeah, and a lot of that is around, again, security and what the requirements of the police want. So do you think the current situation with COVID, as we've got to live with it now, is going to even make that even a longer wait? How do you think we can manage that? Because it's a congregated event with people around and with variances coming and going.
As what I understand about carnival this year, there won't be a carnival. Next year, it depends on the COVID-19 and what happened throughout 2022, that we'll have returned to the kind of carnival that we're used to.
Do you think we'll get back to that?
It's going to be hard. It's going to be hard. It's going to be, we have the next couple of years is going to be hard for any huge outdoor event that will be taking place. Not just carnival, but all over the country.
So, as a young man, what?
As a young man, that was many years ago.
What does carnival? Okay, what did carnival and what does carnival mean to you and your culture?
To me, carnival, that you go, one goes out and enjoy oneself in a Caribbean carnival atmosphere, to show the other communities what the Caribbean people are all about, in a way. And it means a lot. It means that one day or a month or a week in the year that the African Caribbean people in Leicester can go out and really enjoy themselves, and have the outer community and coming in and enjoying themselves as well. Getting together is very important.
So what type of troops and acts were there, and compared to what we do update, and also what's phased out that you enjoyed?
Look, during our time, we used to have a lot of people taking part in troop, joining troop. We used to have the Calypso King, we used to Carnival Queen and stuff like, and those were huge. Honestly, Cheryl, those were huge moments that people look forward to. And these used to take place in the Manfred Hall. And at that time, I went out while I was a carnival coordinator. I went out and wrote to a lot of companies and get sponsors for troops and things like that, you know. And what I used to do as well during the carnival, if someone sponsored a troop or a steel band, which we did have, I would take lots of photos and send it to the company and said, this is what you sponsored. And you make them feel that the sponsorship was worthwhile. You know, you just don't take people money and sit back and next year you write to them again and
Yeah.
ask for more money.
Yeah.
You present them with something that you know, they would appreciate, and we did well. We did well, and we used to have Calypso Rose coming over from Trinidad. We have Baron coming over from Trinidad, and may I say we even have Sparrow coming over from Trinidad for Carnival Day, and that
Yeah.
was we have to get money, sponsorship to sponsor those people to come to our carnival. So Leicester Carnival was heaving people, would put a date in the diary. This is Leicester Caribbean Carnival. We have enjoyed so much. We're not going to miss it the following year. And that's how people were then. And it begins to drift off a little bit. And I noticed that sadly, lots of our local people are not participating in organizing a troop or stuff like that, like how they used to do in the older days.
Yeah, and a lot of it, from what I've noticed personally, I know a lot of people that would love to put a trip together, but again, they're struggling through finances and the restrictions, the red tape around health and safety, the planning of it all, and like for example, the trucks, hiring of the trucks and the generators.
Yeah.
And the costumes, and what they do, they've limited the funding in reference to how you can apply. So a lot of the younger groups that apply that are not successful don't always have the means to go out and make a huge costume and really enjoy it. But how would you encourage young people to then get more actively involved in the carnival and express what it should mean to them as part of their cultural history?
Before we go to that, about the restrictions that are the carnival are having now, we didn't have all most of those restrictions, like the sound system and the lorries and the steel band. And nowadays you got to have this, you got to have that, you got to do that. So it put people off. Really does. And you know, I don't know how you're going to get around that, because I don't think it's going to get any better as far as restrictions and things like that for carnival. But for younger people, all I can say for younger people, this is part of our culture. And if we let that die, we might as well don't just die with it, sort of a thing. You never give in and you never give up. There's something there that Elvie Martin and Funnyman started, and I don't think we should let that die. I think that something in the calendar that each and every year that the people of Leicester with the African Caribbean community goes out and celebrate, because when you go to the park, you notice the amount of different races, different color, different people from different walks of life, different food are in the park enjoying themselves.
Yeah.
And that is amazing to me. That is so, emotional in a way, because I think most Caribbean people, majority Caribbean people, just want to live a good life, enjoy life with their neighbors and things like that. And the carnival bring that out.
Yeah, it does. It's real communal harmony.
Yeah.
Bright, lovely, friendly spirits. People are in a complete different mood when they go into the carnival.
Thank you.
And it's a way of celebrating who we are as a community, and also it's a tailback from our history.
Exactly.
Yeah. A lot of people don't realize what we used to use carnival to express, to tell us stories, experiences through various art forms. And when I was a little girl, there was the Macajumbi.
Oh yeah.
And the masquerades.
I mean, I'm from Jamaica, and we, and it's only in recent years that they begin to have carnival. But we used to have the masquerade and all that kind of dressing of stuff that the guys like that used to Malik and them used to do that, dressing up. We had Jumbie or something like that. We used to have that in Jamaica. I remember that clearly, but not on a carnival like you would have in Trinidad or St. Kitts and Nevis. And it's a part of our history. It's a part of the enslaved African of way to enjoy themselves. And we mustn't forget that. We were taken from Africa. We weren't slaves. We were taken from Africa and enslaved in the Caribbean, become slaves in the Caribbean.
Yeah. So before we go, how would you like to see the carnival develop?
I think they're working hard at it, and there's so many hurdles, not hurdle, but hurdles, hurdles to jump over, and I think it can be becomes quite complicated, and also I think the present Carnival Committee needs, and I mean needs, to work much more closer with the African Caribbean community people, explain to them what's happening, and so they can move forward.
Yeah, and let them know what the issues are around.
Exactly.
And come collectively.
If you bring something on and it's something unusual for them, and they've seen what's happening, and there's no explanation, they begin to think very bad things. And I think if you really have an AGM or a carnival meeting and said, these are the things that we as Carnival Committee need to abide by. It's not of our making. And explain to people, speak to people, tell them what's happening, and I think they would understand.
Yeah,
but I think there's a little bit of lacking in that. I think there's need to be a bit more getting together and explain to people what's happening.
Yeah, I think one of the opportunities we'll have being online is having an open discussion around Carnival, the rules and regulations, and obstacles that are there from deterring people really expressing, enjoying, and getting involved within the Carnival. So that would be an interesting conversation, and to get the feedback from the community. Really great. So
I mean, I'm not a Carnival coordinator for a long time, but I really look forward to Carnival Day. I really look forward to taking all my family to Carnival and, walk around, try the different food, listening to all the different music, hearing Ashanti pounding the place, the earth trembling sound system coming out, and it's really such a nice family atmosphere, and that's something we should make sure we carry on and make sure it keeps happening.
Yeah, it's beautiful. I mean, when you listen to the music, the vibrations, the emotions, the expressions, and it's a good place to meet people, especially, you're busy throughout the whole year, and then you bumped into someone and you're having a long conversation and just enjoying yourself and enjoying what's around you. You
go to Carnival and you see Wagwan, man, me haven't seen you for a long time.
I know.
You have a red stripe and you knock your buckle together and say, respect, man, respect. It is great. It is great.
What is your best part of the Carnival, on the note of as we say goodbye for the time being? What is your best part of the Carnival?
My best part of the Carnival, you're talking now or then?
Either. What when you go to the Carnival, what makes you feel, yes, this is beautiful? What's your best thing that you go? Is it the stage? Is it the music? Is it the costumes, the parade?
Everything. First, I watched the parade leaving Victoria Park, because that is a sight to see. See all those people in their lovely costume, taken to the street, and also when they came back, and then and then it's the you know, the food and eating and drinking and meeting up with friends and relaxing and just think, you know, hoping the heavens doesn't open with rain and stuff like that. Just pure Caribbean sunshine, and you know, the vibe, the vibes is surely it's unbelievable, unbelievable.
Thank you so much, Hurdle, and have a beautiful day. And they will let everyone know when the date is for the online carnival. So enjoy, look after yourself, and please stay safe.
You too, and you're doing a tremendous job. I'm looking forward to this video as well, and hopefully someone will get in touch with me when that's happening, so we can have an interview with you when this is going to happen, so we can let the wider public know when.
So, hi, here we are again. We've got the key persons to the Leicester Carnival and today we're featuring Donna, who works for NCAN, and she will tell you her position and all about how she got involved. We have with us our chairman, Sugar, and the coordinator, Juliet, and of course myself, Cheryl. So what we're going to do now is pass you on to our chairperson, who's going to do an introduction, and then we're going to have an open discussion around MCAN. So hi, Sugar.
Hello, and as I say, welcome to all our viewers and listeners, wherever part of the world you're at the moment. And this discussion today, or wherever in the world it might be, evening, afternoon, etc. Welcome to Leicester Caribbean Carnival 2021. And it's a virtual carnival, and hope what we have to say you'll enjoy as much as we will on the day of the carnival. But looking on the fine round the table for this discussion, and we have Cheryl, big smile. We have Donna, big smile, and we have Juliet, big smile, and even a bigger smile for myself, etc. So, Cheryl, what can I say? But I think we'll have a good time, and wherever you are in the world, you'll enjoy the carnival anyway. But welcome all. Now, we're looking at where some people in Leicester or in the Midlands a bit confused about MCAM. MCAM, the abbreviation is East Midland Caribbean Carnival Network, and that's the abbreviation for MCAM. MCAM come into place because for years we've been working, I presume that Donna might repeat or go into this. We've been working for years with 4 carnivals. We start with 3 and then we're going to 4. And over the years, what we find by uniting the carnivals together, it gives us a flexibility of procurement or to do open deals with different companies to supply us with our different needs of carnival. Over the years, it works with hard work, because it's like anything you run in life. You have different cities, different mindset of folks, some for it, some against it. But over the years, I think we did quite well. But at this moment, enough from myself. At this moment, I would like to hand it back to our chair, Cheryl.
Thank you so much, Sugar. So, Juliet, before I bring in Donna, what is your role in MCAN? And tell us a little bit of what you know about MCAN.
Well, I'm coordinator for the Leicester Caribbean Carnival. And so, by extension, I have to work closely with MCAN, which groups the 4 Caribbean carnivals together. And I work closely with Donna in terms of Leicester's contribution to the full package of the MCAM program. I must say that before we had MCAM, we were more or less disjointed and fighting against each other for you know, who is best and who is not, and that kind of thing. But in a kind of, you know, jokify way, not meaning anything so serious.
A friendly, competitive way.
Competitive. But however, we've moved from that, and I see us working more closely together. We are doing projects together. We are feeding off each other. You know, Derby, we go to their carnival, we go to Nottingham, we have Northampton, and vice versa. Northampton doesn't have the troops like what we have over here, but they come and they support us on Carnival Day with staff, which is cutting down on the amount of money we would have had to pay for those people who would have had to fill those roles. So MCAN in itself has actually been helping us to share resources, share ideas. We can call on each other. I could call on Merle over in Nottingham and Northampton, and I said, Merle, I'm having a problem. What do you think? How should I deal with this? And there's an answer. If she can't do it, she will recommend somebody else I can speak with. So this is how I see MCAN. In addition to that, MCAN has opened up a touring program, which before we used to have to find money to go to all the other carnivals and different events. Now, MCAN, through their program of activities, have been able to find programs outside of the four carnivals where we are actually marketing ourselves and showcasing our material to the world. And it's not just to the United Kingdom, but the other people who go to some of the functions that we go to, and they speak to us and invite us to do different things all over. And had it not been for this lockdown, we were, well, Leicester, I haven't spoken to Sugar about it yet, but we were being invited to Denmark through a connection that we have that does some work with us at Leicester Carnival. And we were to go to Northern Ireland to do a presentation over there just days before the lockdown took place. Some of us have been to the Bahamas, you know. People have been going to all kinds of different places and learning new things. So MCAN has really opened up opportunities for the carnivals. And it also helped our artists to start thinking, where on earth would we have been able to go to some of these villages that we've been going to? We've been doing Grantham Games. We've been doing Swaddling Court. We never heard of those before, you know. We've been going to Grantham. You know, we've been going to so many places. Scunthorpe, the works. And Blackpool Illuminations, oh, that was the bomb. We were on the stage in Blackpool. Never in my dreams would I have even thought that we would have even made Blackpool. You know, then we've done so many exciting places. We go to Windsor. You know, fundraising for people with cancers. Edinburgh, Glasgow. I don't know where we haven't been. Even the West Indies cricket, we've been there.
So you know? It's a collective. It's a consortium with a collective creative goal to help creativity, to bring it throughout the world, through carnivals, through arts, through costumes. So we have the beautiful Donna, who has a key role within MCAN, and she will explain to us what her role is, how she came to be involved with MCAN, and how she engages with all the carnivals. So Donna, welcome.
Thank you so much. First of all, I want to say it's a privilege to be invited to be part of this discussion. So I really want to thank you for this opportunity to share what MCAN does, and also just highlight some of the achievements that the partnership has created. So my role as Chief Executive is to support the partnership of 4 Caribbean carnivals: Leicester, Derby, Nottingham and Northampton, and they come together to increase the quality of artistic parades, stage shows, creations, costume creations, touring. We do a collective regional costume competition, which used to be called the Queen Show, and that started out with Queen costume competition. We extended it to King costumes, and then more recently to Prince and Princess costumes. So we have we've expanded the show. It's in a prestigious event in a venue, and the next time it's going to take place is in Leicester next year, because it rotates each city each year. So Leicester will be the next host, so we look forward to that. And we also look at operational management. So there's a sharing of good practice, looking at event plans, health and safety, marshal training, looking at how we can support each other in the volunteer infrastructure. We collectively do a magazine which is kind of raises the profile, raises awareness of the achievements of the year each year. So we have some beautiful photos. It's a professional production of a brochure that is distributed to all our partners and funders. It helps us get touring activities because we're able to show the quality and the images and the atmosphere that the carnival brings, you know, with the beautiful costume, fusion with dance, music, food, stage. It's that fusion of everything coming together that brings carnival spirit to life. Juliet mentioned our touring programme. I mean, it was about 4 years ago that we started touring. It was Arts Council launched a strategic touring programme to take existing costumes and performances around the UK. Well, it was the first time that carnivals had come together in this way to produce a collective tour. And it was a challenge in the first year, but as years went on, it started to really bring the 4 carnivals together. At the board level, we have the 4 carnival leaders, we have, you know, board directors from each of the 4 carnivals, but this brought artists and troupes together. So on the ground, at grassroots, we were taking some representatives of each of the 4 carnivals to, as Juliet says, Taunton, South Tyneside up in Newcastle, Isle of Wight, where it rained, so we didn't get to perform, but we took 90 people to Isle of Wight. All over the country, Liverpool International Festival, Edinburgh. We've done some large-scale sporting events. So we would be at the start line of a big cycling race, for example, and giving them a good carnival send-off. And as Juliet said, that was to raise money for cancer. And we'd also done the mini Olympics. So we did the opening ceremony for the school children's games. It was like Olympics games, but it was all in a day. So we did the opening and closing ceremony there. So it's been really broad and wide reaching because the aim of that programme was to share Caribbean carnival arts, culture and tradition with areas of low engagement. So we targeted a lot of rural areas that don't get access to seeing culturally diverse arts very often. So seaside towns, for example, were classic. Rural areas such as Boston in the middle of Lincolnshire, Spalding. It's like Juliet says, we don't know where some of these places were. So it's been a really good bond for the artists and the troupes. And it also led on to an education programme following that to bring collective artists to work together. So say a Leicester artist working with a Nottingham artist in a school. We've done some collaborative work within schools. We've received some Paul Hamlin Foundation funding to look at how we deliver in schools, what kind of model of practice have we got, is there anything we can learn from how we teach. So we're still going through that journey of discovering how best to share resources with schools and community groups, and took part in a national programme just a couple of weeks ago called the National Children's Carnival Week. So we've been working as MCAN with many national partners such as UK Centre for Carnival Arts, New Carnival Company in Isle of Wight, Notting Hill, Sheffield. So we collectively look at things like, for example, the environment. We've all collectively, MCAN's board has pledged to reduce the carbon footprint by 50% by, I think it's about 2025. We've got a long way to go, but so we look at national issues that relate to Carnival and how we can make an impact locally. But what we do is regional, but it's of national significance. So we share what we have regionally, the talent and the creativity. We share that nationally, but it is what's homegrown regionally in Leicester and the other cities. So I think my role is to coordinate the partnership, fundraise, make sure that we're on top of all the Arts Council reporting, distribute the grants to the 4 carnivals, get feedback on the impact that it's had, the funding and how does that make an impact. So I write the evaluation reports. I then kind of lobby the Arts Council for further funding, because in addition to the main grant, which was established in 2012, we became a national portfolio organisation. So the Arts Council give regular funding to the national portfolio. So it was a major achievement to get Carnival in that kind of secure position, and we've had national portfolio funding ever since, and we're just in the process of applying for the next round, which will be a 3 or 4 year grant. So it gives stability rather than chasing small project grants year on year on year. So when in 2011, the partnership kind of got together and constituted themselves, the 4 Caribbean Carnivals, following many years of working together in partnership. So it's not to say that it just started in 2011. That's when they constituted, that's when they became applicants for the Arts Council, and that's where they got the firm footing from the Arts Council. But before that, there was a processions project, there was 3 Cities Create and Connect, there was MCAP, which is another regional partnership. So that all kind of built the foundation for this to happen. I've been here for about 8.5 years. A lot of my role is to support getting the troops to work with each other, getting them to go to each other's city. I organise in conjunction with the host, the regional costume competition and the magazine, lead on the touring and the education programme, but also now I've been setting up some fundraising surgeries for artists so that they can access Arts Council funding as well. Each year, I'd say before the pandemic, we were getting 6 to 10 artists in the region per year, successful Arts Council funding bids for their own talent development, for their own professional development. Some of that was for international work, some of it was for local, to say they might have a theme and they might have an idea and they want to build a queen costume and a troupe along that theme. But I've always tried to encourage artists and troupe leaders to stretch their boundaries, push themselves artistically, taking some risks digitally. I mean, we're all taking these digital virtual risks now and learning a massive amount, but also just trying to work with new materials, new artists that they've, I think, using lights in costumes, for example, that was a good one. Juliet will remember when we all started, we had a performance that we were invited to Bridgewater Carnival, which is a massive 100-year-old carnival on the coast. And it's like West End on wheels. Every float is a production. It's incredible. And we were leading the parade, and suddenly we had to think about lights on costumes. So Juliet was, we were all WhatsApping each other. Oh, what about these strip lights you can get for kitchens? What about these clip-on ones that you can buy in Poundland? What about threading lights through the fabric? So it's just like collectively, again, regionally, we were communicating about new ways of working. Juliet, do you remember that, Juliet? We had your pink costume leading the parade.
That was the Bridgewater. We had the Bridgewater parade, which is so different because instead of the costumes on the road, it were these massive vehicles, long lorries, and we went into the workshop, and when we walked in, we couldn't believe the size of the workshop. It looked like a shed from the outside, but when you went inside, it was just a work of art. It was all these massive costumes being lit up. They were putting the lights on, the bulbs in for the massive parade. And we just couldn't figure, how are they going to finish on time? They have so much work to do. And when you see them come out on the road on the evening, this is in the night and it's dark, and you're saying, oh my God. And we felt so good because we were chosen to lead the parade. And that was really good because we had the chance to, after we get to the end of the parade, we then were able to walk back to another section and watch the rest of the parade coming up. And each one is just like, where did they get the money to do all of this? It was just fine. Oh, I don't know. We just went crazy.
Yeah, and I think the lovely thing about that was that there were representatives from each of the carnivals on that trip performing all together. So that was wonderful. I mean, you know, Sugar, don't you, how the board have developed over the years. You were my line manager for a year as vice chair, and I've seen how the board has grown. We've done some fundraising, haven't we, recently, to remodel the board and remodel the governance and business plan.
Yeah.
The board, sorry.
So before we touch on that, I'd like to go back a bit, just to ask both Juliet and Donna a question. So Juliet, Donna spoke about going into schools and yourselves. How important do you think education around the carnival arts are in schools?
Well, I think carnival arts has really no boundaries. We can go into anything, and we have done it in the past. And we've done it in cricket, we've done it at the children's games, we've done it at so many other places. And I think that we don't realize how much value there is in carnival arts. Because let us say, for example, there's something in the community that is of some concern to you. You can look at how you can bring that to the forefront by designing a band or a costume that speaks to that particular problem. And it's not just about beads and fancy costumes. It's about the message. It's about the performance. It's about what you are conveying to the public. It's not about whining anymore. It's more of an educational, but still in a entertaining way. Looking at using different skills and combine them together to make a product which is surpassing everything else. You yourself, Cheryl, you have been doing some work with the special needs and people who have disabilities, and of different types. And in this lockdown, you yourself you were able to use Ethan and one of our youngsters to run a workshop at Sacred Heart School. Via the same means that we are using at the moment, and that was successful. There are other groups that are doing stuff online. Ethan's group, they were practicing online. Contrast steel band, use Zoom to practice because they didn't have anywhere else to go, so everybody took home their pants except the bass. Practice using Zoom. So we have been making inroads into so many different areas without even realizing it. And the thing about it is so enjoyable. People don't even look at it as in that way. Kamala, she's now looking at getting a youth hub. It's actually going to be coming into force. She has a poster which we are going to show in this program.
It's rather empowering to see how the arts, the creative arts, carnival arts, can help build people's costumes and give opportunities. And just before we bring Sugar back, Donna, you've created, through MCAN, you've created so many opportunities for young people and children. Do you want to tell us about some of those opportunities and where it's led them from that to in their future?
Yeah, I mean, I think with my mentorship, I just naturally do mentor and nurture talent. When I see talent, I just want people to just indulge and succeed. So there've been quite a lot of artists that I've supported to work internationally, develop international exchanges with like Maddie, with Trinidad and Tobago, linking up with the Brouhaha, an artist that I have supported, Yasmin Long, has also worked in Cape Town. Gingers, done exchanges with the Bahamas Junkanoo Commandos. I myself have been to the Bahamas, I've been to China with links with Element Maths. It's just opened a whole big world for me. It's been an incredible journey so far. But just following on with what Juliet said as well, I think the education and what you were saying, Cheryl, it is important. It's crucial that we can use Caribbean Carnival arts to educate young people, not just about the art forms, but also about the history and the culture and Black history and traditions and how it fits in with all the other carnivals around the world. You know, I think we recently with the Paul Hamlin project, we're on a learning curve to see how we should be able to lobby to get Caribbean Carnival arts on the national curriculum, because it is a possibility to learn science, for example, learn PE, learn citizenship, you know, through Caribbean Carnival arts. You can use it as a tool to learn other subjects, English. Somebody was doing Stonehenge on the national curriculum and he created these costumes around, and they were learning at the same time. So I think the main thing for us is to share that culture, share the traditions. And there is a film we made a couple of years ago about how to get Caribbean Carnival arts onto the national curriculum. It's on the MCAN website, the YouTube site. And yeah, I think really I feed off the passion, the commitment of the community. Every single volunteer, there are 300 volunteers offering thousands of hours every year to make Carnival happen. Without that voluntary infrastructure, there would be no Carnival. So I think the volunteers, the artists, and everybody, it's the people behind the scenes that I think don't get as much recognition. But that is an infrastructure that really does need to be shouted about.
Yeah, and I think with Juliet as well, from what I gathered over the years, she's had children grown up now into adults that are actually achieving in, like, for example, Ethan's doing his dance groups, and has become an empowering influence to young people. But Juliet, you've had other young people come out of Leicester that are now doing something successful, and whether or not it's with the carnival or with other areas or industries. Do you want to tell us a little bit about that?
Well, I don't really want to single out people because you end up leaving out somebody else, you know. So it's a bit big. What recently we got an invitation from Derby, who contacted a company to teach people involved in carnival arts about safety on the road. And when I looked at the project, I totally misread or understood what it was really all about. I thought it was about teaching us how to manage the parade on the road. And I got 4 of our seniors to go, all ladies. The men shied away. And we went to Derby for this workshop. And I'm saying, I had to say in that meeting, at the end of that session, I said, listen, this was one of the best workshops I've been to in years, because we were looking at carnival safety on the road only, but we weren't thinking of other aspects of it and how we ourselves could do some of the things that we are giving other people to do if we only just know how. And we get a certificate at the end of it too, because it was really hard work. We had multiple questions, but you had to put your thinking caps on and look at your own environment from which you're coming from and use it to relate to what you're doing. And all 4 of us from Leicester were like, oh my God, I can't believe it. This was good. We need to have another workshop like this, you know. You're just touching the tip of the iceberg. And I mentioned it to Donna, and I said, Donna, probably we can get some of the other groups who didn't have the opportunity to go to this workshop to come in. And even if you don't have a group and you want to be part of it, we could probably work something out, because it will benefit so many people. You don't have to be in carnival to understand it. It's something that will help you in what you're doing in your own environment, in your own little grouping. And so it's things like these that makes MCAN stand out as well, because MCAN has gone way beyond the mundane task. We're not talking about building costumes now. We've gone beyond costumes. We've gone to more creativity. How can we do something else? We meet with people with special needs. We have people who have never been involved in the arts before, who want to get in. Arts is a means of educating people about some of the things that are happening in the society. You're telling stories. You're creating. You're just creating things constantly. And I from the time I got into carnival in school, I have never turned back. And my daughter sometimes say, "Oh, you're always talking about carnival. Oh, when do you ever lock off?"
It's fun and creative. It's fun and creative. That's why. So I'll come back to Sugar now. So Sugar, the development over the years of the board and the role. How have you seen the progress throughout from the initial getting together to now you've got a board with committee members on that's encompassing the growth and the futuristic level on which MCAN is going, and how it's collating all the different talents and human resources throughout the various areas throughout Derby, Nottingham, Leicester, Northampton.
I don't think we're out of the woods yet of reference. We're all excited about Carnival with costume and going into schools, etc. The difficulty I have, maybe different board members have it in mind. It's like, I can speak for Leicester. Each year making progress for the past, is it 35 years now? It's 36 now. We're making progress, but there's always some hindrance somewhere. If we say we're going to achieve from 1 to 10, we achieve the 1 to 10, but suddenly 11 pops up to knock you back down. I don't want to be negative, but until we break down those barriers, whether it's Leicester or any county, any city, we need to break down some barriers for me to be happy and feeling good. Yes, our Caribbean culture of Carnival, because I think in the past where people, I think one of the area I can put my hand up and say, I think I challenge that and overcome. Because you must remember, different race of people in the past used to say that it's only for Caribbean people. But now that is changed, which I'm very happy that is changed now. But I'm still looking to move forward. Now, what I'm going to touch on, because it's a hot topic at the moment, this racism thing is enrooted in everything that the Caribbean people do. Everything we do. And until we break down more barriers, we seem to be stuck. Because you must remember, most of the head of the homes at the moment, I mean, when you can hear these things are in high places. So my next stage now, yes, fancy, we go in the park and we do well. We're doing our school Caribbean costume in the school. My aim and objective now is to go beyond that now. We need to be, we are helping people. I think the difference with our Caribbean people, we always want to help, for the race and religion, etc. But after we've done all that, sorry to put it this way, it seems to leave us behind. And Carnival is important. You see, the same as sports at the moment, bringing people together. That's my aim and objective, to make sure that Carnival play a major role in this. Let's stick to United Kingdom for now. That it brings. So educating different race and religion of people to say this is a cultural thing and you can celebrate it with us. I think we already break down those barriers to say, come and join us on the path and enjoy yourself. This is what we're all about. But we have a long way to go yet, because now it's, I don't want to get political, but it's like taking the knee. You see where I'm coming from?
Yeah,
you know, if you can't accept that which is staring you in the face, television and all the highlight, etc.
So one of the things that COVID has highlighted, we could touch a little bit on that subject, is around the inequalities. And we looked at, in the comparison, say, to the Carnival, we looked at the inequalities around, for example, where they say a majority of people from ethnic backgrounds caught COVID or passed away or became unwell or disabled through COVID, lack of resources. And a lot of that is around the majority of people that were in those positions at the forefront were from those backgrounds. And it could be because of lack of education or unprofessional skills why they took some of those jobs, or it could be they're in professional provision around the care, so they were put forward. But when you look at the issues around inequality with the Carnival, one of the major issues are around finances and not having the resources to go where we need to go. And it could be because we're not at the moment independently sufficient financially. And maybe it's a subject that we can talk in another matter with our communities. How do we make ourselves financially sustainable? It's all right for people to sort of be in the background and talking around what's going on, but I think we need to have a clear picture of what's involved. Legislations and regulations play a big part in finance because it's a cost to get, for example, whether it's PRS, whether it's health and safety, whether it's insurance, all those costs. And because of those legislations around health and safety aspect, it takes a big chunk of the finance and the resources from the expenditure of the Carnival. So it's people need to understand the inequalities. And inequality is not just about finance, it's education, lack of education, because, and I'm not saying that people are, I'm not dumbfounding anyone, but unless you're behind the scenes and you understand the processes and don't have the education around that, you will make comments around things that you don't understand in reference to how we move forward. So I would encourage people to look at what's been going on and look at, especially around us transitioning out of COVID, and also look at, get involved in the planning, look at what's going on, look at the strategic plans for the city and see how we can be involved in all of that and where it leads us to, so we have a voice.
We must remember that everything we're saying is correct, but some people is fear of the unknown. And if you when you have fear of the unknown, it's very difficult for some people to go forward. Financially, when it looks on Caribbean Carnival, I think what happened in the past, I wouldn't even say the 36 years or the 35 years. I think in the past 30 years of Carnival, we as Caribbean people were pending always depending on handout or yeah, and I know that for a fact. Now, when I wouldn't say we start getting wiser, because I think a lot of us been wise for a long time. It's only we didn't execute the way. Now we start doing things to make Carnival self-sufficient. Can't speak of the other carnival, but Leicester Carnival, Leicester Caribbean Carnival. When we identify that this carnival could be self-sufficient financially, because when you're financially self-sufficient in the sense of going forward, you can afford to hire this person, that person to execute, and the rest is history, because it's a business. But for the 30 years, I think that's the difficulty we're faced with. We don't want to bang on the city council, but we keep running back to the city council like this, give me some more funds and give me this. I think that's where we fall down at the post. But now we have a different entity of going forward. We are not saying that the city council need to stop giving us funds. That's not what we're saying. What we need is better funding. I think with the Arts Council funding and other community folks who assist us with funding is working quite well. I am not going to sit here and say, this company help us and that company help us. Those companies will reveal at the right time. So the authority need to meet around it. Some of them refuse to meet with us anyway, but that's a different subject. And but the time will come when they'll want to meet. Now, the same as sport. If the sport is bringing people together, and the Leicester and all the carnivals are bringing all different race and religion together, that's what I need to not sell it, but to bring all the different ways of people. You see, until we eradicating racism, until we get rid of that, we're stuck. I mean, I'm going to get political again. When you have the crime commissioner, the new one in Leicester, saying, using the terminology that Black Lives Matter is a terrorist group, we need to start worrying, because he's in the position, somebody of that caliber are using such terminology. It's not hearsay now, it's actually been said. So if he's saying that, and that start going around in different people's head, we have something to fear. The police will have their work cut out with somebody of that nature. And I'm sorry, I have to get political, but it's not someone come to tell me. I heard it myself, what he says. You're going to say Black Lives Matter is a terrorist group. Now, I don't see they come with no terrorists to me yet. So
I think on that note, what should happen, or what is already started to happen, is community organisations have a meeting with the new PCC and discuss further to see what's his intention for the future in reference to what happens to the communities and in reference to future planning. Because initially their strategic plan is around reducing crime and enhancing the relationships between the city, the police, and the community. So I think that we've got a right as organisations to come forward and have a discussion around that with him.
I think the gentleman last night discussion. I don't think we need to come around the table with him. I'm not saying it's impossible. However, the gentleman operate in such a way, and I thought, I know I'm going to pick my words, and who don't like it, That's one thing. I think the gentleman behaving like he's the modern day slave master.
Oh dear.
I'm sorry, that's it. Nobody put those words in my mouth. I think about it hard, and I'm saying he's the modern day slave master. Modern day. Like when you use the terminology in some areas that you have the modern day pharaohs as well. He's the same. I put him there. He need. If I had my way, I would ask him to stand down from that position. Not after what he said last night. And please, anybody who watching or listening, don't tell me I didn't hear him. I hear him quite clear. Others hear him quite clear. And I'm thinking, well, if you're doing that to Black Lives Matter, and I keep thinking of Carnival, what wouldn't you? Black Lives Matter is where in the atmosphere so big. And what happened to us as Leicester Caribbean Carnival, just in Leicester? What you think of us? You probably try to stop the carnival. So thank God we have a respectable and a sensible chief constable. This is Simon Cole and his team to overcome. Because I still convinced they're having the same problem with him. But then he have his foot soldiers in the counties that will always keep him there anyway. And I
think that local infrastructure is essential. You've got to have people behind what you're doing and what you believe in. And it is people that are in senior positions within planning and strategic positions that hold a lot of the power. Unfortunately, there's even if you look across the country, there is a difference between the level. Cheryl, you were talking about finances. It's not just finances, but resources. There's a real difference between the level of support that each carnival gets, and it's not based on any particular reason. I think just having that 4 carnivals working together as a partnership should be able to be in a position to lobby the people that you're talking about, Sugar, to eradicate racism. You are in a position where you're opening up the parades to new communities, to wider communities, and that's what it's all about. It's about us all working together. And a carnival is a unique platform, to be able to eradicate racism. But like you say, Sugar, you've got to have that backing within the senior planners, senior decision makers on your side.
At strategic level, I sorry, Julia, I'll bring you in a minute. I actually feel that one of the things that needs to be done is the recognition of the economic factor that the carnival brings to the city. We have asked previously about what are the stats around the economical factor that we, the carnival, bring to the city on the carnival day. So, for example, you've got the whole city full of people. You've got the shops full of people. You've got the bars and restaurants full of people. I think we're the second to Christmas. Is that correct, anyone?
Correct.
New Year. A New Year. So therefore, we have economic power, and it needs to be acknowledged. And therefore, the carnival needs to be a constitution to be challenged with, and recognise that this is what we're doing to the community. Not only are we bringing people from within the city, nationally, but internationally, and we have massive spending power, and it needs to be acknowledged and recognised what we actually bring, rather than a group that's just there. We're no longer a group that's not there. We're not even a community group anymore. We're commercial. They put the commercial legislations around what we need to be able to do. So therefore, they need to recognise that economically we are on a level as well, and a part to be reckoned with.
There was a study done actually by De Montfort University some years ago on the economic impact of Leicester Caribbean Carnival. It does need to happen again because it was a while ago, but there is some research that's been done specifically on your carnival.
I just wanted to point out, every time we make inroads and try to balance out our budget. We get a new, what you call it, a new act or new something from the government being put in. For example, we've been using the park for years, and not having to pay to use the park. Other
Well,
than
we do pay, Juliet.
pay something
A small,
for the smaller fee. Now we are being faced with a charge for using the park in the how it was again, about 10,000
No,
pounds.
no. The percentage will be about 200% increase.
Anyway, whatever it is, we have had to, at very short notice, been told we need to have this premises license. And then with it comes all these other documentation that requires money to do. Even the posters we have to put up in a 5-mile radius around the city. And even when they were checked over, we had to take them down several times because the people who are checking to make sure that the wordings are right didn't do their job properly. And so it cost us money. Each time we have to take them down, print them, cover them with plastic, and put them back on the lamp poles or the trees or wherever they go. And then on top of that, we still have to put up these notices to inform the public about A, B, C, and D. Every extra bit that is added on to us is an added cost to the carnival. And we struggle to keep the price at, we started off with £1. The minute we started collecting a little thing at the gate, we are paying more money. And every time it's more money. It's some other new legislation, some other new bits and bob. Had it not been for the generosity of a lot of people who have come forward and helped us, like I have Sue Bilson, who is chipping as a noise officer. She's a trained firefighter, right? She has first aid skills. She's one of my drivers. She's a jack of all trade. Many of us who come and help the carnival put our hands in our own pocket to pay for different things that the carnival can't afford to pay for. And then we have people on the outside, they come to the gate and you say to them, if you're in the troop, you can pass in through this gate. They think that they have the right to come in for free because it's a Caribbean carnival, but they don't realize we have to pay for security, we have to pay for all the, the first aiders who are there to make sure that everybody are safe. We have the police is also there to help us. We have security, other security who are dealing with different things. We have lots of volunteers. They don't see them. As soon as we put something in to say, okay, these people have been going way beyond the call of duty and have been working flat out, sometimes 3 months. You yourself, Cheryl, you have been working with me in the lockdown for over 3 months. You don't get a penny, right? And then they don't understand the dedication of these people who make it possible for us to have an event.
So, Juliet, one of the challenges, one of the challenges that we have is we are no longer a community organisation. We're a commercial organisation because of the amount of people that we're bringing in. So the challenge is with going back to the local authority and saying, when we were a community, we had this budget, but we're now commercial on the same budget. So we need to negotiate how we can meet halfway through. Because even though we have expanded with the amount of people that are joined, which then makes you commercial, we are not bringing a revenue of commercial.
No.
I would suggest that it's still a community organisation, even though you are being more entrepreneurial to bring in some extra revenue because you have to survive, for the organisation to survive. It's still a non-profit organisation. There's no profit made. So I think it's important to say it is still community-led, although it's having to be more business-like, as many community voluntary arts organisations are having to be. there should be no confusion that because you're charging on the gate that it's suddenly become a profit-making thing. It's not.
Really misunderstanding.
Not enough resources to cover all the overheads. So I think just to get that message that it is community-led, it's volunteer-led, it's non-profit, and yet still able to be business-like is fantastic.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, I think I'm totally opposite. Maybe a few of the carnival is still community project, but I think Leicester gone beyond those boundaries at this moment. Identifying Leicester, this discussion of this particular part probably need to be discussed at a later date, because Carnival at this moment in Leicester is no longer a community as we know it in the past. And I think quite a few business people or non-business people are saying the same thing. We need to structure in a different way. The community, it might be, when you use the term community, I don't think the city authority see the Caribbean people as part of the community anyway. So let's be realistic about it. When everybody's saying, banging and doing, say community, community, whose community? That's my question. You can't say community, community, but we don't have equal opportunity and this issue. Community, 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 whose community? That is the issue I need to raise. Equal opportunity, you know, we have to break those barriers.
Yeah, there are lots of inequalities.
Yeah, that's the term I'm looking for as well.
Yeah, inequalities in various aspects. So it is how do we have a conversation around that to see where we can make a change, and I think the conversations need to be from the community, but also with strategic level people that make those decisions around where do they see the carnival for a start? What do they see the carnival as? So it's pending. It's not pending. It's actually seen as a commercial entity because of the amount of people that it attracts, and what it brings to the city. But like what Donna was saying, the people that are running it are still members of the community running it on a voluntary basis. But the actual authority sees it as a commercial entity.
Well, the reason why it's become a commercial entity is because, be realistic about it, a commercial entity is because it's finance again. If your expenditure is far, I don't mean just around the corner, far greater than your income, but now you're doing something to make your income greater than your expenditure, then it will run into as a commercial operation. If the authority, if the authority did, or even the art, I can't touch on the Arts Council because they're doing their bit through us. But if you're thinking of the local authority, who for the past 30 years might be funding the carnival, and suddenly pull it from under you, it's logical that because you don't have nothing to fall back on. Now, if you are commercial from maybe 20 or maybe 15 years after it started, the city council want to have a tie on it. Now, what we must realize, the city council in Leicester, well, certain councillors already know how Caribbean people think anyway. Some of them have no respect for Caribbean people, some do. But let's put that aside. They need to put the difference aside, and let's say we're going to have Carnival. Carnival create wealth to the city. Now, how do we invest in that? Invest. They don't want to invest for return of capital. They want to invest in people, well-being, health, education, housing, all the other stuff. That's what the council should be thinking. Now, if we have the carnival, you're going to create the carnival. Sorry to go on. The carnival at this moment creating a lot of jobs. And Cheryl, you can, when you come into the office, you can look at the thing. If you look at, we create job for. I just wind a few off because I want the whoever watching and listening. We create job for the fire officers. We create job for the police. We create job for the taxi. We create job for the hotels. We create job for the train, the health and safety folks. You name it. The shops make more money. So let's don't. We if people don't understand when we say the most footfall apart from Christmas, etc. When we start pointing these out, some people will say, using the terminology football, as a lot of people understand what we're talking about. But if you say all these people benefit from the carnival, just having that 1 day carnival, but it's not a 1 day carnival. After this one finish, this Saturday evening, we start on, well, sometimes we start from the Monday anyway. You will finish then and then we have a little sleep. We're still on the park on the Sunday. People are coming, how can we help next year? Now, they didn't say they're coming to help next year. Voluntary, what they're saying. Who do this in the park? Who do that in the park? I have a company, here's my card. Now, so if you're creating that wealth for folks, and those folks have to employ, we need to break it down. They're employing people to do the job. Take, for instance, the reference, cleaning of the park. Somebody get the contract, but they're hiring people from Leicester the following day or the day before. So it created a lot of jobs. So if the authority are serious amongst us, let us move on to be self-sufficient. Now, which I share with City Mayor before, we all know who he is. If the carnival bring that amount of wealth, please don't take the funding that you were going to give the carnival. If we saying we have enough funds to grow it on our own, it's just figure of speech and a way of it. If we have enough funds to move forward to have the carnival without funding from the city council, please don't take the funding and just put it back into the council. What I'm saying, invest that funding that you're going to give us into another Caribbean or Black or Asian community where they're developing as well. That's what I would like to see happen. And then we on the right track. But the carnival is bringing wealth to the city. The research that they're doing, we don't want to go into the university again, tell them give us another research. It's already there. I think the gentleman named first name, the reason why I remember, because his surname Christopher, I think his first name was Christopher. Don't know his second name now. But the research is there. It's somewhere in my filing. So we need to address Carnival. Carnival is very serious. Carnival, I even can go and say, Carnival is a nation builder. Nation, not just local. It's a nation builder. You're bringing people together, their well-being. I would touch on things that some of our community folks do. And let you rest in peace, Pam Campbell, if you think of what she did for the carnival, which at a later date we'll be doing a tribute to her anyway. You know, carnival is strong. So Donna, what we need to be looking at is to make sure when we're talking to these folks, how important, I'm not saying you don't do it at the moment, how important Caribbean, and always say Caribbean Carnival, not just Carnival, because that's loosely, you know. Sorry to go on, but I'm glad I did.
Yeah, that's okay, because the important, and when we look at the importance of Caribbean Carnival, Leicester Caribbean Carnival or Caribbean Carnival on a national or even an international, what it brings, the culture it brings, the festivity, the trade, the learning new skills. bringing people. It's about bringing our history to the forefront, bringing our experiences to the forefront, and celebrating. Years ago, even if we went back to slavery, and I know people don't like going back to slavery. What carnival was used for? Carnival was used for the one day that they can celebrate and express through arts, visual arts, around what their treatment was. And even if you look in Calypso in the carnival is all around what's going on within the country, how people are being treated, what are their experiences, all done through music and arts. And that was because the slaves weren't allowed to speak the same language, so they couldn't communicate with each other. So they did that through the arts. And it's about bringing issues to the forefront in an artistic manner and expressing, and also looking at the importance of what carnival is all about, what the community is all about. What do we bring to this community? What do we bring to the UK?
Well, I can say, Cheryl, that our forefathers, they brought the Windrush. They brought to the United Kingdom. Well, first of all, I should say, when the war started, England didn't have the population to meet its needs while those people were at war. And they recruited people from the Caribbean to come to the United Kingdom. They came in droves with their children, right? They came, they took jobs in the hospitals as nurses, as cleaners, as everything. The men were doing all kinds of different work out there. Everything was being done with them. And out of that, they brought along with them their traditions and their cultures. And they came. We had the riots in Brixton. Didn't teach much of a lesson. Then we have other things that have happened throughout. But throughout it all, we kept our culture alive. Our culture is what you see in Notting Hill. Notting Hill brings millions. Notting Hill Carnival brings millions into the economy, right? Then you have Carnival in Leeds. I think they said Leeds was the first carnival. And then Notting Hill. And then people who come from the smaller islands start bringing their talents and their traditions with them into the United Kingdom. And it has mushroomed. And even the local carnival, British Carnival, the people still want to be part of our West Indian style event because they see how people are so happy and joyful. And then we have our youngsters who used to go on the march to Rutley. And then that too was a problem because they're not supposed to do this and they need to get busted, transit the people, and they have to do all kinds of different little things. You still went and marched. Eventually, it has died out. Um, and people don't understand the significance of that march. They walking and coming back and ending up at the carnival. Now, at the end of it all, we have been teaching everybody and sharing our culture with everyone. We don't look at the color of your skin. We look at sharing. We are sharing people. In the Caribbean, we eat out of each other's pot. We don't have any big confusion about who have money and who is who and who is not. That is how I grew up. So we looked after each other. So we come here and we try to do that, but then we get into problems. So what I'm just simply saying is that as a carnival, we need to keep to our tradition, but still expand and embrace other people and other cultures the same way some of the other cultures embrace us. I work with everybody. I don't care whether you're black, white, purple, or whatever it is. They're all the same. All of our blood is red. There's no difference in our blood. So I'm saying that from our discussion here, I hope that people will use their head and start thinking differently. And for the people who are in positions of authority to be careful what they say and do to antagonize the public, because it has far reaching repercussions. And these are things that people don't forget. I know as a child growing up, my grandparents used to tell me about some of the things that they were told when they were in slavery, and they still hold it to today. So I'm just saying we have to be careful. Our words reach far and wide, and it hurts people. And sometimes we say something that we really don't mean or is misunderstood. It's not hard to go back and say, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it that way, or whatever the case may be. But don't, in your position of authority, go onto a platform or even a radio station and make the kind of statements that are being made today in a modern day, when these same people are the people you reached out to on the MV Windrush, brought them here. When they came, they had so much trouble, so many problems. So I'm just saying, we have to look back at our history, pick the best bits out of it and move forward. We can't always be looking backwards, because that's what we're doing every day. And the only reason why we are doing that is because we are being reminded every day that we don't belong. You see what I'm saying? We're being reminded constantly. And all of us are non-belongers. None of us were here before we came. Somebody brought us here. And so we then need to treat us in the way that we need to be treated. And likewise, we treat others like how we would like others to treat us.
There's a history of...
We will go a long way into solving a lot of the problems that exist. This racism thing really has to stop.
There is a history of negative experience between the strategic bodies, institutions. Let's just talk about with Leicester. And one of the things the Carnival does do and has been doing, as well as other organisations, is building relationships. And the importance of the Carnival is about bringing everyone together, the unity, regardless of where you come from. But we need to help them to understand as well, we can't be always reaching out. We also need to be met halfway through and work together. Within our community, we're always reaching out. The organisations on the grassroots levels are always the one that are there solving the problems without the support of those that are in power. And we reach out. And that's what the Carnival is doing. It's reaching out, it's encompassing and enhancing all the goodness and the values that the community has to offer in that one celebration for that one day. So it needs to be questioned as to, if we're not being supported by those local authorities and we're trying to build communities and build harmonies, well, what is the agenda? Where do we lie? Because we have to always play at the level. So where do we lie within your strategic planning for the community? Where does the organisations lie? Apart from, you've got the professionals, you've got the statutory bodies. Where do the grassroots organisations lie? And as a commercial, now we're talking about being on a commercial level, from a professional point of view, professional aspect, where do you see the authorities? Where do you see the role that we play to encompass and enhance development of Leicester? And we've been doing that so far, right? And we continue to do that, but then we can't do it without the encompassment of the strategic bodies at that level. Sorry, Donna.
I think it's about, again, as Sugar said, staying true to what you do, because even though you are opening up the arms to all communities, everybody's welcome at Carnival, you stay true to the Caribbean traditions, the roots the way that the parade is run, the tradition of having the Queen lead the parade, the costumes and the significance of the costumes, the themes. What you've been talking about is it is an expression, it's an opportunity to express even some political unrest, you know, through a creatively engaging audience interaction way. And people do test the boundaries through the carnival themes that they do, and that, you know, it's kind of a way of, it's a non-threatening way of getting your message across, and that still happens within many carnivals. But like you say, Sugar, absolutely, regionally, that's what this partnership is about. It's about protecting that culture, protecting the cultural traditions, and keeping the roots in the Caribbean, and keeping that so that message is obvious to anyone who gets involved. And yes, everyone can get involved, but they need to understand the history and be aware of any kind of issues that are related as well.
I think we just have to watch our time, because
absolutely,
we want to put some more entertainment into the show today. Interesting conversation, but it's something that we can address a little later on.
Yeah, and I think it needed to be highlighted because, you know, the amount of people that's watching this and to understand where we're coming from and what we're about. Believe it or not, the Leicester Caribbean Carnival is a leadership in the community. It has a lead role to play, and it plays a lead role of positivity. So, like everyone here has said, it develops skills, it gives it employment, it brings people together, it addresses issues, it brings happiness and joy and festivity, and it's an amazing event. And you know, and you know, it's also, when you go to the carnival, most of us that are of my age group, it brings back memories of childhood, the joys of when I see carnival. I not only just be at the carnival, but I remember being back home. I remember the people sitting at the rum bar and chatting and playing dominoes and laughing. I remember the children playing in the schoolyard and the churchyard, and I remember the picnics that we have as a community and the festivity of food. We love food, right? And the carnival has a whole festivity of different types of food we cook it. It's the same food cooked in different ways, and it's just an amazing. So it's a joyous event, and it's an important event, and it plays a good role, an important role within the community, an important role nationally and internationally. And I'm going to pass it on to the chairman to close.
What was it, 2 hours now? Well, it's such a good discussion, and I'm hoping when this broadcast, etc., go out, that people have a better understanding of what MCAM, and as I know, we highlight more Leicester because it's Leicester we're discussing this. And thanks to each and everyone. Beautiful Cheryl, beautiful Donna, beautiful Juliet, and this fine-looking gentleman. Sugar. And thanks for everything, and thanks for watching, thanks for listening, wherever part of the world, and God bless each and every one. Thank you. Beautiful Donna, beautiful Juliet, and this fine-looking gentleman. Sugar, thanks.
Yeah, standing by.
Thanks for watching, thanks for listening. And God bless.
Okay, well, you heard that discussion just a short while ago, and we covered so many different areas. And time enough for some more entertainment. So we move on to our next video, which is all about the Windrush, and the mahogany arts has captured the concerns of many people who came to Britain at the invitation of the British government. Give it a listen.
Bring
to heal a nation is the greatest power. A wind of destruction is blowing over this land. And now the earth is a trembling with man's oppression of man. Now the time come to sit down and rediscover what's life. Show the world the true meaning of real love, power, not strife. Bring down the power of love, I say. The power of love, I say, is the greatest power. Stop hell and damnation. Love to heal a nation. Put a hand on the fire and cleanse the wicked right now. All of them who does worship greed and vanity must bow. Unity is the banner, so come together, I say. And this love is for freedom, it's growing stronger each day. Bring down the power of love, I say. The power of love, I say, is the greatest power. Stop hell and damnation. Love to heal a nation. So rejoice in a rhythm of celebration. Come on. Lift your voice with a feeling of satisfaction as one. And let we move with a purpose, all freedom lovers. Hold tight. Stepping out of the darkness with one direction inside. Bring down the power of love, I say. The power of love, I say, is the greatest power. Stop hell and damnation. Love to heal a nation is the greatest power. Bring down the power of love, I say. The power of love, I say. Stop hell and damnation.
Everybody sing. Diamonds, rubies, you shine brighter than we, brighter than any galaxy. We hot and groovy. Look at the stage in front of we, put on a show they'll never see, and we make it sparks fly. When the speakers amplify, yeah. Look, we make it sparks fly. When the spirits magnify, yeah. Pounding up we wait.
Into you now, just in a few minutes. Okay, so there we had it from the Mahogany Arts in London, and I need to say thank you to Mahogany Arts and Clarissa Landy for giving us permission to carry this video. And now, Contrast Steel Band, you've heard about them for some time. They have been making waves here in Leicester and in other cities. Today, we would like you to meet its leader, Pat Monroe. Cheryl caught up with her to find out more about what makes her tick. So over to you now, Cheryl.
So hi, how are you?
Hi, I'm good, thank you. Nice to see you again.
Yeah, Pat. Oh, how have you been through the lockdown?
Good and bad. Good and bad. Lockdown was horrible. I think the worst part of lockdown for me was I broke my wrist in 2019 in the November. So I was kind of on a lockdown anyway before the proper lockdown. And then, so it kind of put me out of action, put me out of work. I was just at home, couldn't do anything because it was a really bad break. So then by the time I did get back out, I was out for, I think, for 1 week and 2 days. And then we was told we was in lockdown.
So that was a good practice.
Oh, very good practice. The only bonus that I got out of that, I think, was the fact that before I was on lockdown on my own and then everybody was in lockdown. So I had friends to be locked down with them. Yeah, but yeah.
So today we're going to do a little informal interview, which is going to be played on the 7th of August because unfortunately, again, it's peaking, the COVID, this new variant. So it's going to have to be online, unfortunately. So yeah, but we're hoping that the day will be full of fun and excitement. So I'm just want you to sort of introduce yourself to the public and say who you are and a little bit about, Contrast Band and how you formed and why you formed.
Okay, so I'm Pat Monroe. Most people know me as Pat. Well, my full name's Patricia, but everybody calls me Pat. Contrast was formed in 1974, before me, before my time, but I've actually fell into the position of being the band manager now at the moment. So my title basically is I've got quite a heavy title. I don't like to really say it all the time. So I'm the manager of Contrast Steel Band. I also run my own steel pan company called Pan Etiquette Steel Pan Services, where I do consultations, workshops, teaching, tutoring, all kinds of different things to do with pan. And I also work for the Leicestershire Schools Music Service as a steel pan instructor. So I go around quite a few schools throughout Leicestershire and beyond. I'm also on one of the panel of, or the heads of the British Association of Steel Pans. So I also do a lot of work with them as well, consulting down this side, anything to do with pan, just look for me. That's the best way I can put it, really and truly.
So is it something you've always had a passion about, or was there something that's significant when you were younger that you wanted to be involved in pans?
You know what? It's really weird how I got into pan. I've always been very passionate about working with children. So throughout my whole school career, I wanted to leave school and travel the world and be a nanny. I wanted to just be a nanny to a child somewhere in the world. And so when I first left school, I was, working in nurseries and stuff like that, wanting to do it. And it just so happened that one day I was, I don't know if you know the Highfields Community Centre. Yeah. They used to have youth club in there, and I was, going to the youth club in there. I wasn't supposed to be, but I was going to youth club in there without my parents knowing. And at the back of the youth club, there was always music coming from the back of it. And I never knew why or what this was. So one day I decided to put my head round the door and peep to see, well, what's this music? Because it was really good music, and I, enjoyed the sound. And the gentleman that was in there, which is the actual person who started the band, Cyprien Jean-Jacques, he says to me, "You're not allowed to watch in here. If you want to be part of this, you've got to come in." And I was like, so I stepped in, and that was it. From there, it just took over me. I just thought, this is me. I want to play these instruments. I want to get into it because I never had it at school. Yeah. and just started from there. And, you know, me and Si formed quite a good friendship. And I was one of those kids who wasn't as good as they should have been all the time at school. And so I was getting into a lot of trouble. I was on a HITS. I don't know if you remember HITS, Highfields Induction and Training Scheme. Right, so I was on HITS after I'd left school. And so they was sending me to working nurseries and so forth. And me and the matron of the nursery, Wesley Hall Nursery, got into a bit of a fight. And Si turned around and says to me at practice that night, he says to me, this is not good enough. You're not doing that. If you can make something better of yourself, you're going to come and work with me. And I was like, well, I don't want to be a teacher, you know, but then he was saying, you know, you're going to enjoy it. You enjoy PAN, you're really good at what you do. Come and try it out. So he took me on training, going around the different schools. And I've never looked back since. When he decided to retire, he retired and he didn't ask me if it's what I wanted. He just placed everything into my hands. Turned up at my door one day with a box full of all the papers, all the bank statements, with everything to do with contrast, and just says, look after the band. You know, he made me make one promise. And the one promise was, every year we play at the West Indian Senior Citizens Christmas dinner, Christmas dinner. And that was the only promise. The only thing he says to me, I need you to promise that every year you will go and put back into the community what we've always taken out and look after our elderly. And to this day, fingers crossed, I've always kept that promise. I mean, even though we was on lockdown last year, we did a recording. We did a special recording just for them and sent it to them. And yeah, I'm going to hold that promise up.
Yeah, but doesn't it make a difference when it just takes one person to believe in you when you're a child and believe in your hopes and aspirations? And
definitely.
It does make that difference. So when you first started out, was it more male or female dominated, or was it a mixture?
It was quite a mixture. It was quite a mixture of male and female. And in saying that, now, to be honest, now teaching in the schools, I find it more predominantly girls that I'm working with, a lot more girls. There are a couple of schools where the boys are actually taking the lead, but it's more predominantly girls I find in the PAN world now.
Okay. So where are some of the places that you've been with Contrast?
Wow, with Contrast. Okay, we've been to Rotterdam, we've traveled the world, we go everywhere. We play, most years we take part in a competition, Panorama, which is the steel pan competition in London. We join with another band. We've joined with quite a few different bands to do that. So we've joined with bands from the Midlands, we've joined with bands from Plymouth, bands from London, to enter the competition. Because Contrast, as much as we're probably 20, 25 strong, in these steel pan competitions, you're looking at anything from 60 to 100 players. And we've not got to that stage yet. We'd love to be able to go within our own right and go down and perform as Contrast Steel Band, but we're working on that. But we've travelled all over the world with Contrast, all over.
When did you first start playing in Leicester Carnival?
My first experience, I believe, of playing in Leicester Carnival was when I was probably 14.
Okay.
About 14 years old. And it was just, wow. The fact of, I think the hardest thing about playing in the carnival was it's learning to balance and play while the truck is moving. it's not an easy thing. The music and everything just comes naturally to you, but the actual balancing while the truck is moving and braking, and that is the hardest thing.
It's a skill within itself.
Yeah, that is within itself.
Have you played at other carnivals?
We've played at London Carnival before, we played at Leeds Carnival, Manchester Carnival, Nottingham, Birmingham, all of them. We do them all.
Okay. So do you still play at Leicester Carnival, or is it something that you want to continue? What do you like about playing at Leicester Carnival? What do you get from the people? How do they appreciate what you're delivering?
You know, I've always felt like our own hometown, we don't feel like we get a lot of support. But when it comes to Carnival Day, if we're not actually on the road or somewhere where the actual public can see us, we get so much comments about why are you walking on the street? Why are you enjoying Carnival? Why are you not performing? So we actually do realise that, you know what, as much as the community, the Leicester community is very quiet, everybody knows Contrast Steel Band, and they might not be at the forefront saying, you know, always there, but the thought of us being there, if we're not there, we're missed.
Yeah.
So very enjoyed Leicester Carnival. I mean, the worst part of Leicester Carnival at the moment is we've not been able to play on the road for a number of years due to different legislation and whatever. So we've been playing, you know, stationary, which is not as much fun as going round the actual procession. But
there's
Leicester
a lot
Carnival.
around health and safety and legislation. It's changed so much, and the local authority has really put a lot of barriers around to health and safety, and you know, we can understand and appreciate, but the legislation and the governance around it, and it's expensive as well.
Yes,
because
very
every time they
expensive.
put a legislation around, it increases the insurance, and it, you know, and there's restrictions, there's licenses that you've got to get. So I can understand how it must be really difficult for you wanting to do something and participate in the biggest festival in your own hometown. Due to legislation, it restricts you. I can appreciate that. So, you know, the steel pans known all over the islands, especially the small islands. So, how do you feel about having it embedded within our young people of today?
How do I feel about it?
Yeah, having it embedded.
Very, very strong about it. My job is going around X amount of schools a week, teaching it and trying to get it into our young people of today. I mean, we start teaching from the age of, I'd say they're about 5, 6 years old. And so we first start off with like a whole class lesson. So the whole class is having it. When we first introduced some of the drums, what we have to use, they're called tabletop. So they're about this big, which is, you know, is not the size of a steel pan, but it's got one of every note on. And it's ideal for that age group, but only for that age group. As they start to get bigger, they move on to the larger pans. And it's about just carrying on that continuation with the kids where they start, if they like it, you know, getting them to continue. And it is beginning to get a little more recognised within the schools. A lot more schools are using it from where it started to where it is now. I think we've probably trebled, probably even 4 times the amount of schools what Si used to have, or when I was working alongside with Si, the amount of schools we've got now taking part is a hell of a lot more. But embedding it into the youth, that's me. That's all I'm about.
So do you feel it's a really important part of our culture and our heritage as Black people?
Definitely, most definitely. I mean, we don't have, we don't have the choice when we go into the schools of picking the children who we'd like to do it. It's not for me, it's not just for our heritage. It's for everyone. It's for everyone to enjoy, you know, and for the other children to learn about our cultures and our music and everything as well. Because what I try and do when I'm teaching is I'll try and use music what the children are familiar with to break them in first of all, and then just play it in that kind of steel pan vibe, that kind of reggae style or the calypso, soca style, but it's music what they've chosen for themselves, even if it's a nursery rhyme, but the way I put it across to them, for them to just to interest them, for them to see, you know, this is just as important as playing the violin or the piano or the flute or whatever instrument, you know, is there for them. But it's very much definitely important to be embedding this into our youth of today.
Yeah, and I can see the passion that you've got for steel pan. It's amazing. So, do you know a little bit of history around the steel pans?
Sorry, say that again.
Of history around the steel pans itself.
Still, the history around it, yes, but that would take us a whole show. I mean, the history around it as to where steel pan started in Trinidad and Tobago, millions and millions of years ago, started with the tambu bamboo and so forth, bringing it up to, I mean, it's used now in a lot of modern music, but to say where it came from with the ska and everything else, yeah, it's there.
It's interesting, isn't it? It just, you can't compare any other drum to a steel pan.
No.
Its own unique
it's
sound,
very unique.
Vibration, the way it makes you feel. It's just amazing. It really is.
I mean, they've even made now some apps to do it, which was like, I think they was devised before lockdown, but with them they started trying to use them a lot more throughout the lockdown, because obviously the kids have not got the instruments at home to have their lessons and stuff on. But yes, it works, but no, it's not the same.
No, it's not.
It's never going to be the same. That electronic sound is never going to take away that sound of a pan.
It doesn't, because there's a different experience, a different feeling that when you're there live listening to that. And I remember my mum, Yellow Birds.
Yeah.
Yeah, the steel pan, and even the church songs to the steel in St. Kitts.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just.
Yeah. I mean, contrast to a very wide repertoire of music, like you're saying, Yellowbird. We have some bookings where people will actually say what kind of music they want. Yeah. We have some bookings where we just go with the flow of people. And sometimes you could just stand there and from you strike that first note, people are, you know, they're ready. They just want to hear this, you know, steel band. So we do a lot. I mean, we play in church services, we play gospel, we play reggae, we play calypso, soca, R&B, we play everything. You know, whatever the crowd wants is what we go with.
Do you feel it plays a role, especially in the older generation, in your well-being?
Say that again, sorry.
Do you feel the steel pans, what role do you feel it plays especially with the older generation, for well-being?
It plays a brilliant role for the elder generation. Through my own steel pan company, Pan Etiquette, I actually teach OAPs. We have an OAP class as well. And I mean, it's always about the youths and the upcoming and the kids and everything else. But then when we're talking about continuation, why shouldn't it continue into the elderly as well? Yeah. My mum's actually 86 and she plays. I teach my mum. Yeah, I teach my mum. And so, I mean, sometimes in the lesson, when you have the elderly in the lesson, it's more about a social than it is them actually playing the actual pans. But it's using the pan as, like, you know, basically to steer something else. So it's giving them that well-being, that coming out, making new friends, just even to have a social. Some of them haven't even got a clue what they're supposed to be playing some of the time, and it doesn't matter how many times you go over and over and over it and say it to them, it doesn't stick. Yeah. But it's the fun of them actually taking part and being out, and it's nice to see that. It really is nice to see that. I wouldn't give it up for love nor money.
So for other people that would like to be more involved within the steel pans, what were the challenges that you found playing and also growing within Contrast Band?
With those challenges I found, I don't think I really found any challenges playing as such. I mean, joining with bands out of Leicester and so forth, we are the only main steel band in Leicester, and a lot of the kids come through the schools and then they make their way up to Contrast as they get bigger. So I don't think there's any challenges playing, and I get to like better myself and learn by joining with some of the bands that are out of Leicester. And so then that's my learn. The summer holidays is usually my learning period, where I'll go and join with another band, more experienced players, and that's where I can pick up tips and learn stuff to come back to Leicester and say, okay, let me try this, let me try that. But yeah, the challenges I found breaking out into or going into the teaching, first of all, taking over from Sai, it was a big hole to fill. You know, he was just, there's no words for him. You know, he made me who I am. Yeah. And I can't be more grateful to anybody on earth. I mean, I know, yes, parents and God and everything else, but Sai, if it wasn't for Sai, I wouldn't be where I am now. Yeah. And I just feel so proud to be able to continue his legacy in something he created in Leicestershire, and to be known to say that, you know, I'm continuing that legacy. The only problem I found was filling his shoes. It was a really hard step. You know, just the fact that he was a male was the first problem I think I came across. I walked into a school and I says, oh, well, hi, I'm Pat Monroe, I'm your new steel pan teacher. And they looked at me as if to say, but you're a woman. You know, and I was thinking, wow, you know, silly things like that. But yeah, I feel like because of the kind of person I am, I've been able to overcome any challenges or anything, any obstacles. You know, I'll always find a way round to be able to still get this message through and do my work, what I believe I've been put on this earth to do.
Yeah, but you live in your own legacy. You're living your own legacy as well.
I hope I do.
Yeah.
I really hope I do.
Yeah.
I really hope I do.
What were your greatest highlights?
Greatest highlights. I think my biggest highlight so far to date is we started like with the music service, we started to have what we call a panjam. And it was something I created. And I think that in seeing that, how it grew and the shape of it and everything, because we did it for about probably 4 years, and then funding was not there anymore, and then it was different legislations came in and all kinds of things that came to stop it, because I'm looking at putting that back on. After the first one, you know, it got to a stage where on the first one, I was a bit doubtful. We only had so many schools, and I was thinking, wow, you know, we've forked out all this money. Is it going to work? It was about making everybody see that there's more to Leicester, there's more to making the kids see there's more to Pan than just what you're learning in school. So we started from the very tiny kids so that everybody could see the beginner stage, and worked it all the way up to contrast to the adult band. And, you know, just seeing how that took off, because halfway through the show, the owner of the building came in and they says, you're going to have to stop the show because we've got too much people. And I was like, what do you mean? We can't do that. And it was like, wow, to be told there's too much people in something you've created. Yeah. And he was like, well, okay, right, what you've got to do is you've got to clear the stairs, everybody's got to be seated, and I'll let it carry on, because if the fire people come and so forth. And I just thought to myself, there's me worrying that we only had so many schools taking part and we're not going to sell the tickets. And then now I'm being told the show's going to be stopped halfway through because we're oversubscribed. and it just kept growing and growing and growing. So the first year, I think we did it at Gloucester College. And then the next year we went to the People Centre. Now, you know how big the People Centre is. Yeah. And the same thing happened again. We was told, no, there's too many people in here. You can't have this. And it was just growing more and more and more. And so we had to turn it into an outdoor event. So we used the outside of the school, and it was absolutely fantastic. And I think looking back through the years, even the other day, I was just looking back through some videos and thinking to myself, wow, that was a brilliant achievement. You know, for me to say that I've created that in Leicestershire, you know, something, you know, if I keep thinking to myself, if Si could be here to see that, I'm sure he'd be so proud. But, you know, contrast is my life. You know, everything I do contrast is in the back of my mind. How is this going to benefit contrast? How am I going to grow contrast from this? How can we contrast help the community? And you know, it's going back into the schools. And as much as I'm Leicestershire Schools Music Service, I'm contrast. I am contrast. That is me, you know, all the time. But I think that would be my greatest achievement.
That's amazing. So, you know, at Leicester Carnival, it's now one of the largest carnivals. It comes in the category of one of the largest carnivals. It's no longer a community event. And you must have seen how it's grown from throughout the years to what it is now.
Yeah.
So how proud are you of that, your own hometown?
Very proud, very proud to see, you know, and going around all the different carnivals as well. There's a lot of things that I see that Leicester could implement into their carnival to make it bigger and better. But to say that we're just little old Leicester, little country town, to see what we have got, to say we are one of the biggest carnivals. Yeah, very proud, very proud. I'd be more prouder if we was in it every year and we was on the road.
Yeah.
You know,
I'm sure that would be able to happen again. It's just getting around the legislations and seeing what we're doing, the whole community pulling together to make things happen.
Yeah,
it's been really, really, really amazing speaking with you, and I've learned a lot as well. So
thank you
so much.
Thank you.
Hopefully next year we can have a bigger and better carnival. And,
definitely.
Yeah, and see you playing.
Definitely, we'll be there.
Welcome to Leicester Caribbean Carnival 2021's main stage. Guys, I know you're at home, but we are going to give you a vibe to remember. The pandemic can't stop us. We have some amazing young people, artists, and later on in the segment, we're going to get down to some Caribbean moves, some Caribbean grooves. Our theme this year is past, present, and future aspirations. Get your flags ready, get your drinks ready, get your good energy ready. We're going to have a fantastic, fantastic time, guys. Coming to the stage, guys, we have the lovely, fabulous ER dancers.
Just hold them and walk there.
Coming to the stage next, we have A Whole New World, E-Army, Same as It Never Was.
I want a narcos gal. Good girl thing don't work for me. I just want a body. Bad, 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 bad body. I get look to walk up she body. Kill them on it, kill them on it, hey. Roll your bumper, kill them on it, kill them on it, kill them on it, hey. Roll your bumper, kill them on it, roll, roll, kill them on it, hey. Walk the bumper, kill them on it, roll, roll, kill them on it, kill them on it, hey. Kill them on it, hey, hey, hey. Hey mama, bad girl, good grammar. Oh nana, self-made, no doctor. And that's the reason why they hating on you. Just show them your dirty ways. Start winding down the place. No way, no how nobody safe. That is murder, murder. What you want, bro? Hit them the bumper, bumper, bumper. Hit them the bumper, bumper, bumper. Girl, show them man down. Bumper, bumper, bumper. Hit them the bumper, bumper, bumper. Put the bumper, bumper, bumper. Girl, show them man. Kill them on it, kill them on it, hey. Roll the bumper, kill them on it, kill them on it, kill them on it, hey. Roll the bumper, kill them on it, roll, roll, kill them on it, hey. Pop the bumper, kill them on it, roll, roll, kill them on it, hey. Kill them on it, hey. Girl, use a bumper murderer, use a bumper murderer. Kill them with bumper, kill them with bumper. Girl, use a bumper murderer, use a bumper murderer. Kill them with bumper, kill them with bumper. You see the good girl thing don't work for me. I just want a body, bad, 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 bad body. I can look and walk up she body. Bad in the kitchen, bad on the work, bad in the house, she bad on the road, bad on the road, she bad on the road, bad on the road, she bad on the road. Hey mama, bad girl, good grammar. Oh nana, self-made, no doctor. And that's the reason why they hating on you. Yeah, show them your dirty ways. Start winding down the place. No way, no home, nobody safe. That is murder, murder. What you want, bro? Girl, hit them the bumper, hit them the bumper, bumper, bumper. Girl, show them man down. Hit them the bumper, hit them the bumper, bumper, bumper. Girl, show them man down, down, down. I said show them man down, down, down. I said show them man down, down, down. I said show them man down, 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 down. Girl, kill them on it, hey. Make your bumper, kill them on it, kill them on it, kill them on it, hey. Roll your bumper, kill them on it, roll, roll, kill them on it, hey. Walk the bumper, kill them on it, roll, roll, kill them on it, kill them on it. Girl, use a bumper murderer, use a bumper murderer. Kill them with bumper, kill them with bumper.
We're bringing the carnival vibes to you. Get ready, guys, because you're in for a treat. It is Extreme Mass.
Hello, hi. Me and my friend, Mr. Rum, is here to destroy your party. You up? Get it? Static. I had some stress, so I take some shots. But the amount I take really touch the spot. I heard a voice talking in my head. He said, go to the vet, you can't go to your bed. So I said, who is talking and where you from? The voice tell me, my name is Mr. Rum. You hear the iron? That means it's start. Don't let nobody style you. Mash it up flat. Tell me pick up something. Anything. From tell me to grab something. Anything. I just want to pick up something. Anything. Watch how I go grab something. Anything. From tell me to run with it. Run with it. Run with it. Pick up something. Start to run with it. Run with it. Run with it. Run with it. Pick up something. Start to run with it. Boy, yo.
Coming to the stage next, we have the dynamic duo. They're going to bring us some energetic style, some great vibes for Carnival. It is Sly and Esther.
Hello, I am Sly.
I'm Esther. We're an upcoming DIY duo here from LC.
In the genres of old school hip hop, trap and R&B. We're going to start off first with our new track Swing.
Let's go. Hair clips on my hair, bandana on my side. Game on my guns, but you know I keep a style.
Bouncing.
In and out on my ride. Stop, wait, it's hammer time. So what's the hustle? Plain street fighter get you in trouble. Lindsay Lohan make you see double. Sugar and spice niggas bubbles. No more Joe, matching up on low flow.
Sound of the boom bat, get a beat blasting. If I catch a break, then you know I'm break dancing. Esther, Mike Tyson jab, Slide, Mike Jackson bad, Michael Jordan when I'm recording. If I shoot my shot, hell yeah, I'm scoring. Old school flows, Nickelodeon shows, Keenan and Kel, here we go.
Ones who stepped and thrown aside, popping colors, bandana tie-dye, street dancing with moves so fly.
Chick it with moves so fly.
Ones who stepped and thrown aside, popping colors, bandana tie-dye, street dancing with moves so fly.
Chick it with moves so fly. Funk flex, you know we are the masters. Come flex, turn it up, get all Leicester. Come check, we live and director. Mic check, it's Simon Esther. From the rip, you know we are the masters. Cross kick, different from the rest. Come check, straight out of Leicester. Mic check, it's Simon Esther. TLC, what about your friends like Ellie Dot? Or what about your ends like click, follow, go copy trends. Keep it real, don't try to make amends.
So don't try and pretend you ain't rocking to the beat. With your tippy tappy toes and taking to the funky beat. So
Jump, astronaut.
It's a stage jam and it's gravity. Return to the crash,
Like Snorlax.
yo, the impact beat tragic. Stomping on the beat like my name's
Crash Bandit.
When our bars attack you, cause all that sauce.
So you better catch up. May your ass sit down, don't get back up. We hold it down, so rack it up. The bars be cute, we take it higher. 999 to the roof on fire. Boom, clap.
Hey,
boom, clap.
the drums and the bass go.
Boom, clap.
The sound in your face go.
Boom, clap.
New track swing it.
Boom, clap.
Slide and Esther make it.
Boom, clap.
The bass beat.
Booming.
We keep it
moving.
Old seasons, but we
Straight schooling. Kings and queens are killer be ruling. Funk flex, you know we are the masters. Come flex, turn it up, get all Leicester. Come check, we live and director. Mic check, it's Simon Esther. From the rip, you know we are the masters. Cross kick, different from the rest. Come check, straight out of Leicester. Mic check, it's Simon Esther. Funk flex, you know we are the masters. Come flex, turn it up, get all Leicester. Come check, we live and director. Mic check, it's Simon Esther. From the rip, you know we are the masters. Cross kick, different from the rest. Come check, straight out of Leicester. Mic check, it's Simon Esther.
Thank you, people. Big up Carnival 2021. So that was our new track Swing, out now on all major platforms. Music video just dropped too, so you can check that out. So we're going to bring you another old school classic. Here's our second track, Boom Clap.
MSK,
It's Esther.
Sly all day. Boom clap,
Hey,
boom clap, boom, boom clap,
hey,
boom clap, boom clap,
hey.
boom clap. Sly all day. Look, I'm so sick, need a doctor called Dre. Can't run DMC, so walk this way. Can't imitate me, NWA. I'm rocking with Esther, Sly all day. Murder beat, called that Mercedes. Raised from the underground like I'm sweet like M&M's, ain't nothing shady. Sly I rock a nation like I'm Jay-Z.
I'll be good. Prince Buster jumping like a car. I'm a stereo production.
No diggity,
My fuck is so flat, I'll be high like a beat.
buzz buzz.
Esther the Slayer, vibing with style. It's like a fresh flavor, so don't speak. If you get touched, it's like Tupac and Janet.
Poetic justice like boom clap,
Hey,
boom clap, boom clap,
hey,
boom clap, boom clap,
hey,
boom clap. Chicken, old school, can you handle that like boom clap,
hey,
boom clap, boom clap,
hey,
boom clap, boom clap,
hey.
boom clap. Chicken, old school, can you handle that like
Ew, as it.
as it?
Kinda boom clap, but mix.
Fuck me.
Yo, I swagger like my nuggets, big splash on the fly. I got bitches when I spit, leave you all spit. Land in my room, I'm the real life Dexter. Bad boy bars, I'm Esther and Red.
Inventor like that to keep it bouncing like smoke going straight to the top. Earth in the fire with the flows that we drop like boom, clap. Boom, clap, boom, clap. Boom, clap, boom, clap. Boom, clap, chicken. Old school, can you handle that? Like boom, clap. Boom, clap, boom, clap. Boom, clap, boom, clap. Boom, clap, chicken. Old school, can you handle that? Like Grace, Jewels, and Tequila and Cal. Tell them don't bother Sabrina with the spell. Keep it jazzy like my name was Jeff. Chilling with a few G's like White Clap. The flavor of the old school vibes you can catch. Sign essay in the kitchen, whip it up a batch. Like hot cakes that all wanna snatch. Keep it lit, cause we strike like a match. Boom, clap. Boom, clap, boom, clap. Boom, clap, boom, clap. Boom, clap, chicken. Old school, can you handle that? Like boom, clap. Boom, clap, boom, clap. Boom, clap, boom, clap. Boom, clap, chicken. Old school, can you handle that? Like chicken. Old school. Okay, we got one last track. This final track's called Spin Kick, which is out now on all major platforms. Let's go. MSK.
It's Esther.
Style Day.
Spin kick.
A, 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 A.
Coming with rage,
Rage.
Mash up each stage,
Stage.
Acting on blaze, blaze.
Hey.
Streets of flames, like
Bison. Tyson.
hitting a punch, you go flicing.
Hadouken. Spin kick.
Spitting a punch, you ain't flicing. Coming with rage,
Rage.
Mash up each stage,
Stage.
Acting on blaze, blaze.
Hey.
Streets of flames, like
Bison. Tyson.
hitting a punch, you go flicing.
Hadouken. Spin kick.
Spitting a punch, you ain't flicing.
Pouring up the game like Vega, alpha male, no debater. Run on a beat, Sonic Sega. You're useless like a phone, no data. Final round can come much sooner. Fire demon, call me a Kuma. You got fire like that same. Take it like Esther, tag it in.
No set be corn, not got the stage. Better listen who? I run the place, Professor.
Who?
Shut down your base. Double spin kick, I'm repping skating like Gaio. E Honda. Yeah, but that's how to
Conjure.
You can enter the ring, but this tag team you're gonna
Throw you out like a game of sumo.
Coming with rage,
Rage.
Mash up each stage,
Stage.
Acting on blaze, blaze.
Hey.
Streets of flames,
Like Bison. Tyson.
hitting a punch, you go flicing.
Hadouken. Spin kick.
Spitting a punch, you ain't flicing.
Hitters hit with Hadouken, raising fire that Shioken.
Flicing, you ain't Bison, you ain't blaze fielding, no home run.
No home run, they striking out. Where's the boss? We'll take him out.
Make a noise on the floor. Special moves for the brawl.
Sonic boom, hitting them all. Line them up and watch them fall.
Stage complete and cut them trees, cause your defeat is our
Perfect score.
Coming with rage,
Rage.
Mash up each stage,
Stage.
Acting on blaze, blaze.
Hey.
Streets of flames, like Bison.
Tyson.
Hitting a punch, you go flicing.
Hadouken. Spin kick.
Spitting a punch, you ain't flicing. Coming with rage,
Rage.
Mash up each stage,
Stage.
Acting on blaze, blaze.
Hey.
Streets of flames,
Like Bison. Tyson.
Hitting a punch, you go flicing.
Hadouken. Spin kick.
Spitting a punch, you ain't flicing.
You've been perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you,
find us.
Carnival 2021, for having us.
You can find us on Instagram at MSK Sly All Day,
Esther_official,
on YouTube on Sly and Esther Official.
and Facebook at Sly and Esther.
Thank you.
Hopefully we'll see y'all next year.
This next artist coming to the stage is passion, soul, and faith blended into one. She started her career in the church and developed as a professional singer and songwriter. It's the amazing, beautiful Ayola.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's great to be celebrating the Carnival 2021. And my name's Iola, as you just heard. I'm going to sing a couple of songs. The first one is one I wrote myself called Catch Your Falling Star. It's about believing in yourself and knowing who you are. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. Ooh. Yeah, yeah. playing games or decide to climb the mountain, get real high, or tuck myself down before I try. Who's the one to blame if I stay the same, baby? Too afraid to change. Release the shackles of your mind and catch your falling star, baby. Do you know who you are, baby? Yeah, yeah. Catch your falling star, baby. Yeah. Do you know whose you are, baby? Blessed beyond all measure. You are my good treasure. Ooh, yeah. Release the shackles of your mind. Running around, trying to be down. All of these distractions got you pinned down to the ground. But you always taught me to be strong. So now I'm moving on. Catch your falling star, baby. Catch your falling star, baby. Do you know who you are, baby? Do you know whose you are? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Ooh, 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 ooh. Blessed beyond all measure. You are my good treasure. Ooh, 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 ooh. Yeah, yeah. Release the shackles of your mind. Release the shackles of your mind. Catch a falling star, you know who you are. You always taught me to be strong. Hold on to that bar, reach for your desire. Hope you're enjoying your carnival experience. The next song I'm going to sing for you is The Power of One, and it's by Israel Houghton, and it's about using the star that you have within yourself and using it to change the world. What if it all depended on me to change the world, change the world? What if my only responsibility was to change the world, change the world? Let me be the one to start a revolution. Let me sing my song to the people of the world. It all begins with one, the power of one, joining the hundreds, millions of people believing in one. The power of one said, don't hang around, stand up or sit down and believe we can change the world together. We can change the world together. Ooh, oh. What kind of love can conquer disease and change the world? Change the world. What can I do to make poverty history and change the world? Change the world. Let me be the one to start a up or sit down and believe we can change the world together. We can change the world together. Please don't close your eyes. Please don't turn away. But let your voices rise. Put love on display and make a difference now. I believe you and me can make a difference now. Oh, 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 oh. It all begins with one, the power of one, joining the hundreds and millions of people believing in one. We can change the world together. We can change the world together. We can change the world together. Oh, oh, oh. Na, 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 na. Oh, oh, with one. Thank you.
Here at the main stage, we give you a bit of everything. You've had soca, you've had soul, you've had reggae. Let's have some rap.
Real
Our
rap.
very own homegrown real rap is Asterix.
Yes, yes, yes. Love for Too Funky for having me. Obviously, Carnival Peoples for having me. My name is Asterix, ASTRIXX. You can find me on all social medias, Asterix Official. I'm going to perform 3 tracks for you today. This is an unreleased track called Family Ties, the first one. It comes out in a couple of months. And then, yeah, you should know the other ones if you know my music, and I'll explain as I go through. But yeah, run me in, DJ. Yeah. All right. Yo. Check. Family ties, the news associated. You see, my soul was torn down and procrastinated. I took the lowest of blows and still elevated. I've been the coldest of souls and still meditating. Forever seeking purpose, trying to find a higher surface. What is worth it? Do you think that you deserve it? Can you see the light in your vision? Is it worth it? As long as you can see it, then make sure you're still working, car. I've been in the streets for years, and I see now it gets weird. You put faith up in your peers, and they let you down. You have to pick yourself up before you sink and drown. Because there ain't no helping hands when you're down and out. Just grow a spine, get off your back and grind. Stop caring about shine and just dedicate some time. If that's building a line or if it's 9 to 5, I would never knock a hustle car. No, I had to get mine. I'm manifesting my realities, got me dreaming harder. See, I've been shaping my outcomes and trying to change my karma. I want the life on the hills, and damn, still larger. They all claim to be real, they don't back the drama. We cleaned ourselves up out the mud, respected and educated, brushed off all the hatred, came back with some payslips. Now they're grinding for basics. Damn, this lifestyle's outrageous, but it's the life that they're facing and they keep rearranging. But I'll be damned if they think they got me. Why? I'm building an empire, I'ma build it properly. Ain't nobody gonna stop me, put my life on it. I got some brothers that ride for me, but that's some violent clips. But I'm just trying to make a change. If everybody did the same, then we could break all these chains that keep stressing us. But don't sit and complain when I'm paving the way, and you ain't helping my game, and I'm just craving it. It's I'm influencing the younger kids, so I keep it real. I've never told a lie, that you'll know the deal. I keep my ear to the streets, I'm trying to blow for real. I'm not trying to get locked, I'm trying to eat these meals. I holler chills, cause you know how I pattern. Your girl sees me as a star, ha, imagine 6 foot, sex in a bra, it's apparent. I just came true, done in the dance, I get it cracking, but now we up now. I had to put my foot down. I had to see who's down for the cause, cause we can't stop now. I had to boot down them doors, cause we don't knock now. I had to find my lowest of flaws. I see the top now, but when you're doing good, nobody wants to see you blow. So how can you hate on a man that's trying to better himself? Isn't the aim to get out the game and better your health? That's why I'm stuck in my ways, but they trying to keep me in hell. Low self-esteem, can't say I felt it, because I love myself before anyone else did. That's the key to happiness. I unlocked it, and I was stressed, but I'm blessed. I nearly lost it. Yeah, and that one's called Family Ties. So the next song I'm gonna get into is already been out. It's been out for a while. It's on my YouTube, my SoundCloud. It's taken off with the Black Orchid EP. This one's called Morning Sun. It's another one with a bit of a messaging, a bit more wavy. If you could spin that, DJ. Yeah. Yo, it's like, it goes down in the east, hella packs and seeds. There's silly people and some fiends. There's broke brothers selling dreams. But make sure that you trust your team. I'm the man for the scene, can't you hear when I speak? I can't be topped, I don't peak. I've been grinding a million weeks, that's no rest. No sleep, no rest for the wicked, so I'm out for the figures. Run some silly people and some killers. See the vision, and that's why you're losing, I'm winning. If you back your friend, would he do the same? Come and act and play games. They front lies and act brave till it's your done, just in the grave. And that's why these guys should know the lane. Or she'll slip up and make a mistake. Now you'll be peed off, and that's a P-tape, but you knew better in the first place. I'm not like these guys, I don't seek the fame. I trust my path, I see my way, I stay on my graph and break away, but my frequency is a different wave. We gotta keep on grinding till this money really comes. We gotta be out early, gotta see this morning sun. If you really want this paper, then start chasing the funds. If you wanna change your life, this is lesson number one. We gotta be out early, gotta see the morning sun. We gotta be out early, gotta see that morning sun. If you really want this paper, then start chasing the funds. If you wanna change your life, this is lesson number one. You gotta change your mindset to get it. No excuses, dead it. That's for losers, I said it. The world is harsh, don't forget it, cause it will chew you up and then spit you out. No remorse, no doubt, no helping hands or handouts. Keep your head high above clouds and grind hard for the stuff that you want to do, and make sure everyone's up under you. I'll build an empire like I'm supposed to do, cause I gotta do what I gotta do. Just overcome any obstacle, break down your options and what's possible, and then you'll realize you're unstoppable. Now the impossible is possible, and I see it all. I'm the oracle, so if you cross me, I'll catch them all. You're not match fit, but I'm matchable. You trash talk, but I'm factual. I do what I say and that's actual. Hey, yo. So if I grab your girl, that's magical. So if I grab your girl, that's magical. We gotta keep on grinding till this money really comes. We gotta be out early, gotta see this morning sun. If you really want this paper, then start chasing the funds. And if you wanna change your life, this is lesson number one. We gotta be out early, gotta see this morning sun. We gotta be out early, gotta see this morning sun. If you really want this paper, then start chasing the funds. If you wanna change your life, this is lesson number one. Right, this next song that I'm performing is a tribute song to a rapper from America called Nipsey Hussle, who passed away a few years ago. He was always on teaching people how to build up from the bottom up and own everything that you have. Unfortunately, he passed away. I'm never going to release this song. You will only ever hear it in performances, but it's called There's No Brother Like Me. Yo. Yo. Watching you, my example of what not to do. Word to King Nip, that's how I move. I stay on my grind and take care of the crew, cause I be doing me. Watching you, my example of what not to do. Word to King Nip, that's how I move. I stay on my grind and take care of the crew. But you could lose it all in one day and get nicked just for some dumb page. But sometimes it's the only way. When we came up at these estates, had to mix flour to get cake. Touchdown, clear out your base. That's how the streets go, the streets stay. Don't talk about it, just shift weight. There ain't no brother like me, just got the vision, stays on this graph. I have to look at these streets. These brothers don't love me. But who cares, cause I grind hard. I need 10 mils for a new yard. You need 10 racks for a new car. And that paycheck's not on my radar. So I whip like pot up a paper. I need 9 million if it's not major. When I invade like I'm Vader, I wanna stay fresh like I'm Radar. So I hustle hard like I'm Nipsey. I've been on the road when it's risky. I took the wood out west like I'm shifty. And I ain't never grinding at 50. Come doing me, watching you. My example of what not to do. Word to King Nip, that's how I move. I stay on my grind and take care of the crew. Cause I be doing me, watching you. My example of what not to do. Word to King Nip, that's how I move. I stay on my grind and take care of the crew. Versatility, it must be me. Who the hell covers 12 genres in this scene? I can't be labelled the same way. What's that? A basic MC? Cause I spit bars and break beats, the street speak. Hit hard and hit again the same week. I spit bars and break beats, the street speak. Hit hard and hit again the same week. Yeah, we're not finished yet. Preparation prevents poor performance. All right. Yo. And it goes like, your top spot could get taken. I send one shot, then it's vacant. Who's the man now? I'll replace him. I've been waiting on gratification. I'm simply amazing, the level I'm raising. Come back when I'm fading, the bars I'm creating. They got man contemplating about their grind. Like, on my days, that's on my life. They don't grind like me and I don't move like them. I'm a chosen breed, I'm the different gem. Anybody send shots, then we're riding again. Grab your pen to pad, writing again. That's OMGs, that's on my grind. Since 2K9, I've been on mine. So fall back in line, cause you're wasting time. But I'm open to any MC, get the sky. Come doing me, watching you. My example of what not to do. Word to King Nip, that's how I move. I stay on my grind and take care of the crew. Cause I be doing me, watching you. My example of what not to do. Word to King Nip, that's how I move. I stay on my grind and take care of the crew. Doing me, watching you. My example of what not to do. Word to King Nip, that's how I move. I stay on my grind and take care of the crew. Yeah, I stay on my grind and take care of the crew. Masked up when I block out. Millie Brock on any block now. So if they're telling lies, they'll get found out. That don't float with me, they got drowned out. There's only real dons in my circle. I stay smoking on purple. Cause I don't touch that parcel. I just touch mic, no rehearsal. Spray it, kill it, then I go and bill it. Out on the roads, keep hold your digits. Wait, rap it, and we go in. Yeah, take care of your crew. Doing me, watching you. Stay on my grind and take care of the crew. Cause I be doing me, watching you. My example of what not to do. Word to King Nip, that's how I move. I stay on my grind and take care of the crew. Cause I be doing me, watching you. My example of what not to do. Word to King Nip, that's how I move. I stay on my grind and take care of the crew. My name is Asterix. Love to the Carnival for having me. Love to Too Funky for having me perform here today as well. As I said, Asterix Official, ASTRIXX. You can find me across everything. Thank you.
So next up we have music producer, rapper. He's got the energy. He's got the vibe. It is Yazak the Kid.
Leicester Caribbean Carnival. Thank you for tuning in. Hope you have a good one. Let's get into this chat right here. This is called Beast Mode. Written, produced, mixed, mastered, video edited, everything by myself. Check it out on YouTube. Let's get into it.
Yeah, yeah. I came in to eat with my teeth hanging out of my mouth like a Dracula. I'm about to snap on the beat. Alien with it, I'm crazy and different. Compare me to me because I am unique and a whole nother scene. You ain't seen what I seen. I see psychedelics in my sleep when I dream of the ALSD and Molly or Rezani. I'm just like my granny, she crazy like me. Are you trying to tell me how to be like these niggas when they should try being like me on a whole nother level, a whole nother place? Man, it's cold in the side of this world, we're in space. I'll be minding my business, my mind in my business. Today on my business, I'm busy. Really, stuck in my ways. If you want, get me out, get the fuck out my face. I got magic in me, no Johnson. Music is what I am lusting. Corona with it, got a scream mask, but I cough in the beat, I'ma box it. Yeah, yeah, smoke on me coffee. In the booth, I'm hot boxing. I be in it 7 days of the week, till the weekend I'm doing this often. And I ain't not stopping, I'm dropping and dropping till I'm so far gone that I'm feeling like Drake. In opinion, I'm living my life like the Matrix and all you into fake. I am a perfectionist and a vegan, that means that I don't ever want a mistake. And the ink is in my mind and my pen, I will murder a mic with one eye when I aim. Bleh. Yeah,
beast mode. I can turn into a tiger, flaming hot with the shades like Cheetos. Skinny and doing it big on my body on a rhythm. I'ma hit 'em like D-Bo. On the instrumental, mental flow, spin 'em in circles like P. No C, no Evo. Positive vibes when I stay with the Lord. Anybody hating and getting no payments, recite that and get back to me, dog. Been there too, but difference in me and you, I move, you stay where you are. All acoustics are dead, I'm loud with a sound like bass and electric guitars like wait, electrically charged. Pikachu couldn't move next to me, nah. Power cut when I charge up like electro. I'm the only thing that you'll see in the dark. Feeling like Donald Wahlberg in 1971. I'm making a mark in this thing for the long run, not no hit and run like Homer and Marge, yeah. And I ain't genre specific. I'm hip hop, grime and pop, trap, rock, R&B, up collision. Money force, I'm ambitious. If you don't wanna rock with me, yeah. Bad decision, I'm a numbers man, I'm like a mathematician. I'ma see it all, I keep it Activision. I ain't tripping, playing games on Activision. All my snakes and ladders with no ladders missing. And the snakes ain't never gonna catch me slipping. When I roll the dice, I got this my precision. Like a steady telepath with it like it's over. Yo, I tell it, give me sisters. I be climbing this until I reach my distance. And I keep consistent once I reach my distance. Past 100 times, repeat the mission. Eating beast delicious, I'm a beast and vicious. And my soul twisted, got the weed and vision. I'm from winning space, I keep the freezer shivering. Hated again, we don't even listen. Hated again, we don't even listen, no. Yeah. Rise up the kid. Rise up, he's a, yes, the yeah. Rise up, he's a, yes, the kid. Say my name correctly, I made my beats. I spit my bars, I press repeat. Don't play half the tune and then flee, please. Yeah. Yeah. Rise up, he's a, yes, the kid. Baby wanna kick a like, yeah. Baby wanna kick a like, yeah. About to give a little message. Cool. Yeah, said she wanna be with man. Course she like, she just wanna kick a like Jackie Chan. Saw me online, now she wanna roll with me and my gang. Sorry babes, too busy getting my peas in. Too busy smoking my weed and dance. But if I get time, I'll give her a chance. Okay, baby wanna kick a like Jackie Chan. No way, too busy getting my peas and blank. You know me, I ain't got time to be making plans. But if I get time, I'ma hit your line. Like maybe I'll give it a chance. Yeah, maybe I'll give it a chance. But nah, you can never ever be wild. Cause baby, I'll be up on my grind like that. You can never ever deny. Not gonna change anytime soon. That's forever ever in life. Ever see I not looking fly. Terrible lie, born in July, so I got heat. Last summertime, miss on my jeans, fresh and so clean. I can't understand why sweet one would try kick it with me. Put it back in my hands, maybe I'll give it a chance. Kick it like Jackie Chan, but then she wants, said she wanna be with man. Course she like, she just wanna kick it like Jackie Chan. Saw me online, now she wanna roll with me and my gang. Sorry babes, too busy getting my peas in. Too busy smoking my weed in. But if I get time, I'll give it a chance. Okay, baby wanna kick it like Jackie Chan. No way, too busy getting my peas in. You know me, I ain't got time to be making plans. If I get time, I'ma hit your line. Like maybe I'll give it a chance. Yeah, girl, I might give it a chance and hit your line. But time is money and money is time. So don't complain if I don't reply. I've been on my grind. I know it ain't bad, girl, it's my life. I invest in, I keep cash in mind. Girl, that's my wife, that's why I can never try and make you mine. If you want hours, one in the evening. Me, I want power, trying to get peas and forget your feelings. Baby girl, go and just catch a fly. Ain't trying to be mean, but really I mean it. We can stop speed and beat on the weekend. After hours, end of the night, I'll be out of sight. Okay, baby, wanna kick it like Jackie Chan. No way, lifestyle looking like traffic jam. You know me, I ain't got time to be making plans. I give time whenever I can, but when I give time, I cut the back. I need the pounds, I need the franc, I need the yen, all in my hands, all in my pockets. I need the mosh pits, I need the haters, I need the gossip, cause all the haters make all the profit. You wanna, you can, but don't around shipping and say she wanna be with man. Oh no, cause she like, she just wanna keep it like Jackie Chan. Saw me online, now she wanna roll with me and my gang. Sorry babes, too busy getting my peas in. Too busy smoking my weed in. But if I get time, I'll give her a chance. Okay, baby wanna kick it like Jackie. No way, too busy getting my peas in. You know me, I ain't got time to be making plans. But if I get time, I'ma hit your line. Like maybe I'll give it a chance. Yeah, it's possible. Maybe I'll give it a, might give it a, yeah, maybe I'll give it a. Why is that the kid? Say my name correctly. I made my beats, I spend my bars to press repeat. Don't play half the tune. Yeah, yeah.
I'm Chris Toko, Jada Smith. Wise on.
Okay, cool. So that right there was Jackie Chan. That was we actually shot the music video for that ourselves, me and my best friend. So that's coming out very soon. It might be out by the time this is out. Yeah, we shot that all ourselves, everything. So yeah, man, that's coming out very soon. This next track that we're about to get into is a track that I done recently. I actually filmed the music video in Spain with my friend. Yeah, this one ain't even finished as well, so a little exclusive for you guys. Let's get into it. This one's called the Komodo Freestyle right here. Hope you guys enjoy it. Yeah. Yeah. What's up? Yizza. Let me tell it like this, like, yo. Hello, hi, how you doing? I've been doing fine. You should check on yours and I'ma check on mine. I ain't checking you if ain't no check up on it. You're trying to check on me, better check up high. I'm sitting on the cloud and I've been puffing out. Yo, never looking down and never looking back. Yo, early God is up and over me. Yo, till I get my mansion, I'll be under that. Let's go. Living in the flat, I'm trying to keep it pumped. Yo, energy is up, I can't be ever slumped. Yeah, money off a Mac, I feel like Mr. Krabs. I can't be no plant and I ain't a chump. Yeah, me, I got the recipe, the formula. Yeah, everything I do it formula. Yeah, I ain't in no race, ain't in no formula. Yeah, I count my time at work, so I see formula. Yeah. I'm on the wave, I see that rise, get a little more cream, get a little more pie, get a little more rich, get a little more fly, pull up in the new drip and I never get dry, no, they don't whip, I got that drive and I never do slip, I got that slide, when I hit with it, I'm slipping that right, whoop. I'm on the trip when I'm in my highlight, when I'm on the ground, I'll be in the sky, so long goodbye, man, my mind, I gotta stay young, and I gotta stay fresh, when I step inside, I'ma step right, get back on my grind, I can never waste time, I'll hold up, wait a second, let's go, yeah, let me get in my lane, let me put on my shades, bounce on the rhythm and skate, if you don't know my name, why is that A-OK, hit him with a brand new wave, hit him with a brand new face, I can never be no snake, real when I keep that faithful, when I get on my plate, when at my table, I can never be no cake, I can never stop too late, fool, doing everything my way, can't stop me, I'm stable, No label, I'm independent, I own everything I do, don't believe me, then share the credits, yeah, me, myself, and I is my settings, I'm anti-social at social events, so I'm hardly present, yeah. And if I'm, it's for a reason, cause I could be at home all by myself getting my peas in. I be flexing, spending on this dripping new editions. My bank can't stand the rain unless I bring a new edition. Do you get it? I'ma get it, let's go. Yeah, you know it. I'm trying to get this bread and stack it up so I can blow it. I wasn't in the future, I was living in the moment that you said before. Yeah. And now I can see clearly where I'm going. I'm off to win a space, I'm floating up into the open. They tried to bring me down, I didn't know where I was going then. Let's go. You know, hear the soldier with that too. Yeah, rise up, Yeezer, yeah, okay. Rise up, Yeezer, the kid. Say my name correctly, I made my beats, I spin my bars and press repeat. Don't play out the tune in there. Yeah, okay, yeah. Thank you very much. That one is called Komodo, little exclusive. That one's not even finished yet, so. Thank you guys very much. This next track is, this was actually the first music video released. A little story for you guys. I actually took a 2-year break from music for personal reasons. I dropped this track 2 years ago. It did quite well. In my perspective, it did quite well. And yeah, now I'm just starting it all over again right now. So hopefully you guys can follow me on my journey. Make sure to follow me on Instagram at YZARKTHAKID. That's Yazar the Kid. Also, shout out VJ wherever he is. I got a radio station on there, 95 FM, every Wednesday, 2 to 4 p.m. Make sure you guys tune in, hear me do interviews, play sick music, everything. Yeah, man, let's get into this one. This one's called Early. Let's go. For the bass line, quick lap. Yeah. Wazza, Yeezer, Yeezer, yeah. Wazza, Yeezer, Yeezer, yeah. Wazza, Yeezer, yeah. Okay, like, yeah. Say, gang in the rave, yeah. Pen girl on the left side, says she want a man on her waist, yeah, okay. I pull up on the back of your kid. Hold up, put your phone away, don't snap, that's bait. Yeah, Hennessy in your cup. Got you waving and swaying, but I like what it did to your butt. Your ex ringing and hating, but he don't want war with my peeps. Jigging dressed in chains and a baiting, gorilla step to the beat. Okay, hit the bass ring and just step to the beat. Turn up on a late thing till we see the police. Yeah, even when it shuts down, we're still lit and fine. Downtown, pull up in the next party, and that's all night. Don't lie, see a ratchet bad, it's fat, it's savage for the band, she's hungry. Yeah, got hack stick, grab it, smack it, slap it on my lap, get comfy. She touches me, hugs me, feels me, cold feelings, don't love me. Cause I ain't got time for the nonsense, unless she gonna give me that, give me that. You got a catfish, average, standard chick, and her body is up. Don't chat, it's actually happening, you're on a crack thing, Humpty Dumps. Yeah, I roll and bun, we swing like monkeys, round these junkies, blow more smoke than ass sneeze, pumpy and got girl company right in front me. Yeah, gang in the raid. Yeah, pen girl on the left side, says she want a man on the waist. Yeah, okay, I pull up on the back of your K. Yeah, you ain't never had a go ape on the back of your K like. Said I'm way too set, yeah, been like that from, yeah, I'm way too set, yeah, been like that from early. I came in late, I left about 8, that's early. Said I'm way too set, yeah, been like that from early. Yeah, gang on the stage, mash up the mic then ride out, I don't know how to behave. Waved, so rock, lemonade. Yeah, sides on my head doing fade. Confident, I might pull up on your bed cause I'm way too rude, I'm way too selfish. All about me, give a fuck about you. Move, been in the game, ain't new, but I'm breaking through like I'm live in the news. Live in the booth, shell down tunes, rough on the rhythm, swag too smooth. Vaseline flow with the heat, made the gasoline blow like boom. Yo, yeah, I make them lean though when they spin my rhythm. Yes, that's I round various women, man, I got no time. Smoke in the club, man, I'm on the best bud with a thing in a Tim's. No Westwood, no bling, but I'm shining. I'm a star, in for the ching, spend at the bar, drink, yeah, sit by the gallon. It's got me wildin' out, Nick Cannon and I'm turning up. Usher with the let it burn me up. My rhythm bumps through your body like a hernia. Turn me up, I'ma kill him with the murky stuff. When she grind on my wall, that's prime stuff. That's in a book, got the turkey stuff. I like it, you look too fly in my shirt and my Nikes. I'm swagged out right, been right from early. Let's go, yeah, gang in the rave, yeah. Pen girl on the left side, says she want a man on the waist. Okay, I pull up on the back of your K. Yeah, you ain't never had a let's go, yeah. Cause I'm way too certain, what? Been like that from early, yeah. Man, I'm way too certain, what? Been like that from early, yeah. Came in late, I left about 8, that's early, yeah. Man, I'm way too certain, yeah. Been like that from early, yeah, I got the gang in a rave. Yeah, pen girl on the left side, says she want a man on the waist. Yeah. Okay, I pull up on the back of your case. You never had a go ape on the back of your K. Cause I'm way too certain, what? Been like that from, yeah. Way too certain, what? Been like that from. When I came in late, I left about 8, that's early. Man, I'm way too certain, been like that from early. Just bounce to the beat like, yeah, just buck to the beat like, yeah, just do what you gotta do to the beat and it just vibe to it. Nigga, yeah. Wiser, Yeezer, the kid. Say my name correctly. I make my beats, I spit my bars, and press repeat. Don't play half the tune and then flee, please. Let's go, yeah. Let's go, yeah. Wiser, Yeezer, the space, yeah. Winter, space, winter, space, yeah. Just say one more thing before I finish. And I think I will keep saying in all my songs, winter space. I'm trying to make my own fantasy world on my social media accounts. So it's like all different entertainment, dancing, art. I do digital art, graphic design, and video editing, everything. So make sure you guys look out for it. Check me out on social media at YZARK, THAKID. That's Yazar the Kid. Yeah, man, I'm going to make this fantasy world to the day I die. So let's get into it. Yeah. Thank you very much as well. Thank you, Leicester Carnival. Hope you guys enjoy it, everything.
Next up, coming to the stage, we have Storyteller. He first found love of rap at the age of 14. He's influenced by the American rappers. He does beats. He is the amazing Deuce Sparks.
Thank you. Yeah, man. Thanks everyone for allowing me to have this opportunity. Obviously, Carnival 2021, we ain't gonna be there in the flesh, but at least we can be there in spirit with the video recording that we got going on right now. So, yeah, man. I hope you lot enjoy it. This one's the first one. It's called New Money.
Man, it's
Hey,
more
yo.
than 50 days, cause
These Sparks. Let's go.
Hey, yo.
Hey, hey, hey. New money, feeling like some new money, yeah. 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 Fetty coming fast, come on, we gon' get the cash. Fetty coming fast, come on, we gon' get the cash. Fetty coming fast, come on, we gon' get the cash. Fetty coming fast, come on, we gon' get the cash. New money, feeling like some new money, yeah. New money, feeling like some new money, yeah. New money, had to bust a move on it, yeah. Bust the move on it, ended up with 2 from me, yeah. It's true, Donny, you can learn the truth from me, yeah. I grew something, be patient, it's soon coming, yeah. You too want it, you could catch a bruise from me, yeah. The moon's coming, think it's time to do something, yeah. New money, feeling like some new money, yeah. Sean Polly, I got all the glue on me, yeah. Deucing is deuce, I'm doing something, yeah. Sanka, you're dead now, this a cool running, yeah. New money, feeling like some new money, 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 yeah. Betty coming fast, come on, we gon' get the cash. Betty coming fast, come on, we gon' get the. Hey yo, Betty coming fast, come on, we gon' get the cash. Betty coming fast, come on, we gon' get the cash. Hey, move for me, ain't shit you can do for me, yeah. Do something now, the kid's a new millionaire. Pink fiddies, plus we got them blue honeys, yeah. Give me Fetty now, if it's new then it's yeah. You would play it too if you knew how to step. Call that black bitch stepping, put my boot on your neck. You drew this, I bet already knew when we met. You drew this, I bet already knew when we met. Young lad, come correct. Please mind how you step. Adolescence check, but inside you're a vet. Call of Duty, go and show them I'll protect your flesh. Fix up, look sharp, I handle the rest. New money, feeling like some new money, yeah. 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 Betty coming fast, come on, we gon' get the cash. Betty coming fast, come on, we gon' get the cash. Betty coming fast, come on, we gon' get the cash. Betty coming fast, come on, we gon' get the cash. Hey, hey, hey. Yeah, man, that one there's called New Money. Ain't out nowhere, so everyone's getting exclusives right now. Hope you enjoyed it. Yeah, this next one here is called Racy. It got played on BBC Radio 1, BBC Radio Leicester, I think. It's not out there, it's just exclusive, just like the New Money, but hopefully everybody enjoys it. So let's go. Hey, get racy. Yeah. Put on my kits, get lacy. Car key, hop in the whip, get racy. Sky's all grey like Macy. Mom's the proud of me, AJ Tracy. I'm my own boss, can't lay me. Mindsets that I've been doing up lately. Mindset that I've been doing up lately. Setback soon come, then again. No chance, me I'm on daily. More bands if I want babies. More bands, said I want paper. More gas, but I can't tell. Young but ram me, said it's got flavour. Cop that, smoke that, but I can't tell. We plug new, but then it's all flavour. Mimosa bar, take in a hole. Finna get closer, 2 goals, more weed sales, I'll come over, but I need more D. No corona, I'm open, no wheat bell. Swear I need therapy, no retail. Loud that, better go reload in the rain of the sun, but that's all we know. Rona anime like my old tape track number 11, so we roll. Lockdowns on, still on every day after 11, so we're cruising slow. Hit that most if the moolah's loads. A4, stop it in cruise control. Don't get a custom, treat it like customs. Eyes in a bag that abuse your role. Latex clothes been abusing those, don't put it on gram though, so you don't know, yeah. Don't put it on the gram. Go to the pump, then I fill up the tank. I'm filling pumps, I'm whipping it fast. Look at the dash, there's a bill on the dash. Following ways, I'm aware of the flash. In the same day, you were bringing it back. In the same day, you were bringing it back. Doing the race at the K and it's mad. Blues in my view, I'm aware of the flash. Zooming the whip, had to stay out the crash. Soon as I bust it, I'm parking it up. Ringing her up with somewhere I can crash. Didn't say hi, didn't mean to be brash. I see the light, so you need to be fast. I was too high, didn't need to be that, but still. Put on my kicks, get lacy. Car key, hop in the whip, get racy. Sky's all grey like Macy. Mum's the proud of me, AJ Tracy. I'm my own boss, can't lay me. Mindsets that I've been doing up lately. Mindset that I've been doing up lately. Setback soon come, then again. 5 a.m. I'm up and I'm charged. Won that race, so I'm still at large. Breeze went away and it's still not yard. T went away and it's still not yard. Twan went away, but it's different, dog. He's an angel, but he's got kids at yard. The race getting risky, yeah. You were inmate or a visitor. Love telling me that I don't give it her real talk. How you paint that picture? You the only one that needs picking up. Put my phone down, get my chicken up. Trust me, you know, if I didn't give no ways that I move, not written in books. Race at a new year, hit that clutch. Get racy, caught. Put on my kits, get lacy. Car key, hop in the whip, get racy. Sky's all grey like Macy. Mum's the proud of me, AJ Tracy. I'm my own boss, can't lay me. Mindsets that I've been doing up lately. Mindset that I've been doing up lately. Setback soon come, then again maybe. Put on my kits, get lacy. Car key, hop in the whip, get racy. Sky's all grey like Macy. Mum's the proud of me, AJ Tracy. I'm my own boss, can't lay me. Mindsets that I've been doing up lately. Mindset that I've been doing up lately. Setback soon come, then again nah. Hey, racy. Everybody get racy. Hope everybody's feeling racy. That one just raised the vibes in it. Yeah. Last track. Real tears. All exclusives that I'm giving for you. Hope you are enjoying your Carnival virtual version. Try and make it as good as we can for you.
Hey yo, Pluto.
Let's go.
You going brazen?
Real tears. Was been faking happy, but these real tears. Didn't think it could happen, but it did here. Devil steady planning, beg you don't dare. Devil steady planning, beg you don't dare. Shouldn't wear the label, but it fits me. My people on the rise, it got me happy. But then my brother died, tell me what happened. And people think I'm worried about being drippy. Mind you, don't get left dripping. Cause these roads they run are sticky. Both hands on the wheel, no drifting. Both hands on the wheel, no. Yeah, I woke up this morning, it's a lot. My people still gone, but the feelings not. Too many people need to free the lost. I'm doing something cause my people can't. Yeah, I woke up this morning, it's a lot. Gotta be thankful cause some people can't. Touch a soul, reach a goal, bleed a heart. I don't wanna just exist, I'm trying to leave a mark. Ayy, I'm waiting on my dog, return of the far. The more you live, the more you learn who you are. Ayy, why people acting so concerned when they aren't. This rapping cap, it really burns in my heart. It really burns in my heart. You should have heard from the start. You said you weren't, but you are. You said you weren't, but you are. Hey, real tears. Was been faking happy, but these real tears. Didn't think it could happen, but it did here. Devil steady planning, beg you don't dare. Devil steady planning, beg you don't dare. Shouldn't wear the label, but it fits me. My people on the rise, it got me happy. But then my brother died, tell me what happened. And people think I'm worried about being drippy. Yeah, man, hope you enjoyed all of them. That was the last one, Real Tears, all exclusives. Make sure you check me out.
And there we have it. We have the acrobats flashback for a few years ago. This group lives in London and they performed at our carnival some time ago. Moving on now, we still have a lot to do on the program, and I need to introduce a lady who I met in Leeds several years ago. Found out she is from St. Kitts Nevis, so she has St. Kitts Nevis roots like me. And the result was getting her to bring her Soca Village concept to Leicester. And her name is Diane Fleming, who has been operating the Soca Village for Leicester for about 4 years now. So over to you, Cheryl and Diane.
So hi Dan, how are you?
I'm really well, thank you.
Oh, thank you for joining us today. So we're doing an online carnival this year, unfortunately due to the pandemic, and we've got to be safe. So this is the way that it looks like. This is the way for the future, doing a bit of both.
A bit of both.
So yeah, so tell me a little bit about you, who you are, what you're about first, before we move on to the carnival.
Okay, well, my name is Diane, and I've spent a lot of my years living in the Caribbean. I am British born, but spent a lot of time as a child and as an adult living in St. Kitts and Nevis in the Caribbean.
Oh my gosh, can I stop you there? Guess where I was born?
Where?
Sandy Point.
You're joking. You're a Sandy
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
full blood competition.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah,
Brilliant.
yeah.
So a lot of my formative years in culture and tradition and carnival and soca has been influenced by that region. And it was one of the real reasons, the only reason that we created Soca Village, because what we found going from different carnivals in the UK, that there was something missing. And unfortunately, the UK doesn't generally have the sun to be able to mimic a Caribbean fete, but we're trying to, through Soca Village, trying to give you a flavour, give you a taste of what a Caribbean fete would feel like, which is why we typically only do outdoor events.
Okay, so what is Soca Village? Tell me a bit about, and what influenced you to start it, apart from there was a need from it. What was it, a passion of yours, or what brought you together with it?
Well, to be fair, we were homesick. We were just absolutely homesick. You know, we want to be on the we want to be on the outside. We want to be in an environment where we're listening to our music. There's food going. There's a nice energy. There's a bar. That whole Caribbean fete experience, we're trying to mimic it, and we've done that because we were homesick. And so that was really the driving force. And we've made a success of it because other people were homesick too. So we've been able to it's been able to be resonated with people. That feeling of being down on the bayfront or being on the beach, and there's music playing and there's a good energy and there's warm weather. So we're really very particular about when we do it and how we do it, because those elements have got to be there.
Yeah, you can't beat that feeling.
Can't.
It just takes a new spirit of humanity and a togetherness, and it's just amazing. It is. It's almost like the sun shines coming from within out, and everyone greets everyone, and it's so much fun. So, where are the places you've taken the village to around the UK?
Well, we do it in Leeds, which is our hometown, born and bred. We do Leicester Carnival, as you know, and we also do Nottingham Carnival. And there were some other proposals for other regional carnivals that we're looking into. But as I said, we need to make sure those elements are right so that we can mimic what we have back home. Because if it can't be how we have it back home to some extent, then it's just not right for us.
Yeah, that's true. So how did you first get involved with Leicester Carnival?
Well, we go. We just used to go as bacchanalists and carnivalists, and we just like traveling out to the regional carnivals. We'd like to support our culture in whatever shape or format it comes in. So we just used to go, and we'd go by the main stage and hang out there for a little while, and then go around and walk around to all the booths. And there was, I think at the time, I think the BBC Extra, those guys from BBC Extra were there, and they'd put on a great show, and the troops would come in and dance to that. But then once troops sort of went away, then it was more of a dancehall energy, and there's nothing wrong with that, because I do believe that carnival can take all sorts of different genres. I suppose what we wanted to do with Soca Village is just to remind people that we can do that too, but there must always be soca. You know, we don't want to leave all the genres out, because we know, especially young people, you know, they want all the genres, but there has to be soca. And so we try to make soca cool. We try to make it fun and energetic, and we try to bring the top artists and the top DJs and make soca just as popular as we can. And I think the young people are taking that on board.
Yeah, so when
You know,
did you
it's
first
not going to be an all year round affair for young people, but at Carnival, they know what they've got to do.
when did you first bring Soca Village to Leicester Carnival itself?
When did we start? Was it 2018?
Okay.
2018, yeah. So we had the 50th Carnival in 2017 in Leeds, and I believe Juliet came to that, and then she came to Soca Village, because in Leeds we're different to Leicester in that we have our own village. So she actually came to the village. She came to see Small Axe Band. She came to see the core band from Nevis and some various artists that we had for the 50th. And the thing about the village is that when you enter the village, it's always hugs and kisses, because you, oh my God, boy, how long you been here, and this and that, and all the different, boy, I'm looking for you a long time, and everybody is just having a good time and hugging and catching up and chatting and touring and, you know, melee. And so when she walked into the village and people saying, Juliet, that's you, and before you know it, she got swamped into you know, being with everybody and watching the show, and she just loved the atmosphere. And she said, you know, Diane, I know it can't be exactly the same, but I'd really like you to bring an aspect of the village to Leicester Carnival. And so that's how we brought the stage and the bars and the DJs and tried to create that atmosphere.
Yeah, and people really.
And so the carnival was our village, our platform. Yeah, and there's work to do, but that's how we started.
So I know it looks all beautiful and glory when people, the onlookers and people just enjoying themselves, but what are some of the challenges that you face to make this happen?
Oh my goodness. Cheryl, good governance is a major challenge. You know, back home you're able to plug in and rock up and roll and have a party. You bring your jerk pan or your barbecue chicken pan, and you're ready to go. Not in this country. So highly regulated, and for obvious reasons, but it's highly regulated. So there's lots of paperwork, there's lots of licensing and licenses and qualifications that you need to have to be able to deliver what we do safely and regulated. So those were the initial challenges, because we weren't able to just set up and go. The other thing is about sort of trying to, initially we're trying to sort of have our own, focus our product on soca and calypso, and live music, which is our love. Um, Absolutely love live music, and we just love the genre of soca, merengue, zouk, calypso, and all the various cousins and formats. But we realize that the culture here is not for that. Certainly not yet, anyways. And so, in order to attract those audiences, we needed to expand the genre, and that was really difficult from our point of view, because we are staunch soca people. So to have to adapt and blend was an emotional challenge for us, because at the time it felt very much that we were sort of moving away a little bit from what we love. But we appreciate that we need to be an inclusive audience, um, because Leicester Carnival is a family friendly affair, and it has to, while it's born of West Indians, it really has to meet a wide range of people and cultures. And so we needed to expand our format, and that was quite a challenge. Other challenges, logistics. It's logistically an absolute nightmare to set up, so there's so much involved, because there's lots of infrastructure. We have stages, we have bars that we have to use to facilitate 50 plus thousand people. We have a stage, we have engineers. Um, so from a logistic point of view, oh, of course, and we have people. So there's a lots of transportation and trying to make sure that we deliver the product in the most cost efficient way as possible without forsaking safety or quality.
Yeah.
So those things are really, really hard.
Yeah, do you find it different from authority to authority when you go to different places, that their requirements vary, or they're roughly the same?
Um, I think that Leeds have been a little bit more relaxed, and I think over the years we've probably taken quite a bit for granted, and we've been fortunate that the carnival itself and that organisation has had really close relationships with Leeds City Council, and so as a result of that, we've benefited from certainly a more relaxed approach, but that's changing and has changed. So there is a lot of health and safety regulations that are certainly vendors um, that need to be safe, and vendors the size of us need to maintain and sustain. So you can't get away any longer with just setting up a jerk pan, and you know what I mean. Unfortunately. But certainly for our size, we have to be highly regulated for safety reasons, and I totally understand that.
So, what are some of your highlights?
Highlights?
Yeah.
I really enjoyed Leicester 2019. It was one of the biggest crowds that we've had. We were catering for the younger side of the market, because Juliet had a very strong main stage for adults, and she wanted us to do something for younger people, and which wasn't particularly our forte, because as I've told you, we're very much soca people, and we know that that's not their first preference. But we did. We got top DJs. We did a lot of marketing, and it was the biggest crowd that Leicester had seen from a second stage perspective. And just seeing those young people have such a phenomenal time without any trouble, without any fighting, without any problems, was really good to see. And it was such a mix of young people. So there were white, black, Asian, just a whole mix of people enjoying the music together. And to me, when you see young people party like that and there's no fight, there's no bother, there's no pushing, there's no nothing. It means that it means that we as DJs, as a company that provide entertainment, have got it right.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
and so that was a real proud moment for us to see that we'd got that right.
So when it comes to young people, in reference to calypso and soca and morango and being part of their heritage and culture, how would you encourage them to embrace that?
Well, funny enough, just in the way that Afrobeats has become cool. Afrobeat is a genre that's come from traditional African music, and young African musicians have turned that into a phenomenal culture here in the UK, and it's totally accepted, and it's totally embraced, and in fact it adds value. Music is enhanced as a result of those traditional African beats and sounds. It's the same way that our young people would need to embrace soca and make it cool. You know, it's difficult for us of our older generation to try to convince them that soca is cool.
Yeah.
So it's going to need young people to say, you know what, I'm going to grab this soca beat, sample it, and mix it with something that's modern that I'm doing, and make it cool. What we also try to do is make sure that a lot of the soca music from Trinidad, Grenada, St. Vincent, St. Kitts, and all the sort of top performing regions for soca, that we bring that all the time, and we try to educate with the music that this is the next big thing. But you know, it depends as well from city to city, because in Leeds, young people have been brought up on calypso and soca. We're very much a Juve city.
Yeah.
And sunshine or snow, we're out there at 6 o'clock and we're jamming, you know, and we're jamming to soca. So there's no dancehall, there's no Afrobeat, there's no other genre in that. And I think Arthur's been amazing actually to try and make sure that his parade is a soca calypso parade, in that he doesn't allow any other genres. And so traditionally, the young people of Leeds have grown up, you know, with soca and calypso. So it's not as difficult to convert them. They've got lots of young DJs here who play soca, and most of the young people, their parties have soca in Leeds, and it's not going to dominate the party, but it will certainly feature.
That's
So
really good.
yeah, so we just need to get to that stage, I think.
Yeah, and I think we will, because I think we're at the stage now, and I don't know if even with COVID's played a part of it, because I think a lot of people has it's relaxed. We're looking back at who they are. They're revisiting who they are, what they want to become, and they're going back into a lot of people are going back into their cultures and their roots to try and find themselves. So I think, and music is a great format to express and talk about your experiences without using words, and it's one common language throughout the world.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think it's amazing. So where do you see the future of Culture Village?
Soca Village, I think we'll be doing a lot more touring. So we'll be looking at more carnivals, but we'll also be expanding to bring in new audiences. There's nothing coming to Leicester and going to Nottingham for Caribbean carnivals is like coming home. People know what to expect as West Indians. We know what carnival looks like and should feel like. But when you're going to new audiences who have never experienced that, I think that will be interesting, because I think it's our job to make the UK audience real believers in our culture. I think sometimes they feel that our culture is little snippets, or jerk chicken, or Rastafarianism, or red, gold, and green, or these silo type artifacts of what they think is our culture. So I think we play a role in expanding to new audiences in making them a believer in our culture by providing it in a package that is authentic and credible, and doesn't come with some of these negative connotations and baggage that they often feel that it should come with, or have come with in the past. So we're really trying to expand out to new audiences, but keep it real and keep it authentic, because we're really proud of who we are and what we do, and what makes us different. And we love who we are. So we don't want to change it or whitewash it or edit it or make it more digestible. We want to come in our full glory, because we're really proud of that.
Yeah, it's amazing that, and when I remember, when you go back into the history of where that came from, how they told the stories, the experience to go back through to slavery and the experiences, because they weren't allowed to speak the languages, so they used the format of dance and music once a year to express and tell the stories of how they were feeling and what was going on. It was their private language. It's
That's
amazing.
right.
Yeah, and we shouldn't lose heart for that. We should hold on to that, because it's part of our history. It's our makeup. It's who we are. We're vibrant people, and our music beats throughout. Yeah. So I'd like to find out. Well, not find out, but you express what you feel about Leicester Carnival, and what would you say to others? Leicester's now, I think, it's the second. It's no longer a community event. It's now the second largest festival within the whole of UK.
Wow.
And people don't appreciate how great people come from all over the world and all parts of the country just to go to Leicester Carnival. It's not just what's in Victoria Park, it's throughout the whole streets, and the value, the businesses make so much during that day. And it's about appreciating the value of what the carnival brings.
Yeah. Leicester Carnival is Leicester Carnival is amazing. You know why it's amazing? It's been built by volunteers. It's been sort of spearheaded and coordinated by Juliet and some of her associations, and and Sugars as well. It often in the background, steering the wheel and fighting off and jumping over the obstacles. Leicester Carnival isn't handed to us on a plate. It's something that all these guys and you guys, work tirelessly to make happen. It's not one of those ones where, like Leeds Carnival, it's a given. Outside of COVID, Carnival, date set, ready to go. Yeah, and that's how, and we're very grateful for that, because Leeds Council is very supportive of the culture. So for them, it's like Carnival is a set date. There it is. This is what you need. There's your support and your funding. See you next year. It's there. There's no question. With Leicester Carnival, it's something that each year you're having to negotiate, organize, beg sometimes, fight back, push back. Do you know what I mean? So the difference with Leicester is that it's something that we fight for, and that's what makes it even more worthwhile. And what's great about Leicester is that melting pot of nations. So you get a real mix around Leicester Carnival in terms of the different cultures, different people that come. It's a real family-friendly, inclusive carnival. There isn't any edge to it. There isn't any fear. There isn't any worry about, sort of sort of any sort of antisocial type behavior. We just don't get that. We just don't experience that. It's a real family friendly environment. And so I'd really encourage everybody to come out and support Leicester Carnival, because it is absolutely phenomenal what Juliet and the team pull out. That little team produce so much, you know, and then considering all the vendors and all the music stages, you've got Viking, you've got Abbott Shanty and so on, and these guys, you know, have an enormous crowd by their stages. There's something there for everybody, and that's what's just great about it. So you work really hard to produce it. Very often you don't get much thanks for it, and yet we still provide something for everybody, and I think that's amazing.
Oh, thank you so much. It's really been great speaking with you, Diane. And thank you for your continued support.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Hopefully next year we can actually have a physical carnival.
Yeah, we're a physical people, and the idea of virtual carnival is great, because at least we're filling the gap. But we're a physical people, and carnival is a physical celebration, isn't it, of emancipation, and we need to be there in the flesh. So fingers crossed, next year we'll be back.
Thank you so much.
Yo, yo, these are the biggest collab. Dang, 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 dang. Boom. When we touch down, they open shell down. 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 When you see we Juve morning, all we do is chip. Behind the truck Juve morning, we black and we green, see. All a girl inside a band, make she bend and stick, she. Job like we don't give a damn, we mad and we sick, sick. Juve money ringing bell, moving like we come from hell. We under a jab spell, so we playing jab until we dead. Jab we junk like fish, and you know any effect we dey in it. When you see we Juve morning, just give us selfish to it. All a girl, if she walk behind the truck. Baby girl, no waste no time. Back it up on me one time now. One by one, just fall in line. Let me jab take a wine. Everybody afraid that we, cause you know we bad like that. Boom. When we touch down, the open shell down. 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 When you see we Juve morning, all we do is chip. Behind the truck Juve morning, we black and we green, sick. All a girl inside a band, make she bend and stick, she. Job like we don't give a damn, we mad and we sick.
Job we no cater, see we on the newspaper, drinking under the counter, jamming girl on the speaker. Girl catch a fire like sulfur, body hot to throw water, pull on the job temperature. Roman girl is weak culture, job we no business. Roman girl is we weakness. Keeping it to some selfish. Watch the bumper roll, I want eat it. I got no behavior when I'm under the job fever. Hold a girl keep calm and just walk us outside, man, we got plenty flavor.
When we touch down, the open shell down. 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 When you see we Juve morning, all we do is chip. Behind the truck Juve morning, we black and we green, see. All a girl inside a band, make she bend and stick, she. Job like we don't give a damn, we mad and we sick.
Wait up for me, cause I have a job zombie. You can't stop my belly out like way, you can't out when I girl like way. Take a picture, take out a pose behind the truck 630 where you know it's carnival time, so we getting on road. I grab up a chain and drag it on the road, and I hold a girl on the corner, and I burst her up like Hunter. Say she want a man to walk her, funny Trojan, maximum slammer. So I hold a girl on the corner, and I burst her up like Hunter. Say she want a man to walk her, funny Trojan, maximum slammer.
When we touch down, the whole place shell down. When we touch down, the whole place shell down. When we touch down, the whole place shell down. When we touch down, the whole place shell down. When you see we Juve morning, all we do is chip, chip. Behind the truck Juve morning, we black and we green, see. All a girl inside a van, make she bend and stick, she. Job like we don't give a damn, we mad and we sick, sick. When we touch down, the whole place shell down. When we touch down, the whole place shell down. When we touch down, the whole place shell down. When we touch down, the whole place shell down.
Yeah, your body it's set. Pass your wine and check. So baby, wine and come in, come in. I get up a lucky from Africa. Yeah, she tell me she love Trinidad soca. Oh, I said baby girl, tell me what is your name? Yeah, she said my waistline is going to explain. Oh, the first time I meet up with this Anna, she was standing in front of me, and her favorite song come on the speaker, and then she started to break away. She biting her lips like a piranha, dipping and walking up to me, and rolling her hips in a corner. That's how this girl back it on me. So I feel on her, touch on her, hold on her, want on her, kiss on her, bend on her. Eh. So I feel on her, want on her, touch on her, turn on her, twist on her, love on her. Eh. Cause I don't want but I need her. The girl sneak up on me like a creeper. I don't want them to swap is a cheater. So I stick up underneath her. If another girl come and go greet her, then run away fast like a cheetah. So I feel on her, touch on her, hold on her, want on her, kiss on her, bend on her. Eh. So I feel on her, want on her, touch on her, turn on her, twist on her, love on her. Eh.
Well, what a day we've had of entertainment. The amazing costumes, the beautiful music. You just want to continue partying. Now we have the amazing Sambando band
which will give you an energetic acoustic music. Hi, we're back again. What a beautiful day of talents. And next we've got a Fire Love, a DJ, where you're going to have some clips of music and you can party and drink and enjoy. But before that, we'd like to say thank you. And we have a few minutes to spare where we can reshow a part of the Carnival parade just before we go into to listen to the DJs. So we'd like to say a special thank you to the Lord Mayor, Councillor Deepak Bajaj, Councillor Sue Hunter, Councillor Ross Wilmot, Councillor George Cole, Deputy Chief Constable Rob Nixon. Thank you to all the performers, all our sponsors, our volunteers and staff, and a special thank you to the audience, both nationally, locally, regionally, and internationally, for joining our day and making it special. We couldn't do it without you. And we hope, well, we know you will join us for a live Carnival 2022. Thank you so much for the day. A special thank you to the production crew, film crew, Andrew and Jack. Thank you so much for your support and all those behind the scenes that supported us throughout working to put this together. Over to you, Jack.
What we drinking? What we drinking? What we drinking? Hola, 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 wait, what we drinking? What we drinking? I don't know what I'm drinking. All I know is thing got me singing. What we tell them? Yo, bring a shot of tequila, bring a shot of the rivers, bring a shot of the syrup. Anything we can drink it down. Bring a shot of tequila, bring a shot of the rivers, bring a shot
and all my friends walking the whole road. The whole road, chipping the whole road. With beverage in my hand, sipping the whole road. The whole road. After we build up the mileage and feel the exercise, we see the space now, oh yes, we see the price. To get on real bad is on my pants device. Everybody run up and sing the battle cry. Bend down, toss the stage, bend over hand, toss the stage. Bend down, toss the stage, bend over hand, toss the stage. Toss the stage, toss the stage, toss the stage, toss the stage. Across the stage, 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 across the stage. Well, yes, we melting across the stage. Like this ice, we melting across the stage. Look, people say that shoes losing across the stage. Get out your rag and belt something across the stage. The whole place, just like a mushroom cloud, we cover the whole place. The whole place, drinking the whole case. We all over the road, drinking the whole case. The whole case. When the girl them start to pelt it and they throw it all and we, I mark my target and I throw it all and she. Before the lunch break, when I need the salmon tray. Everybody come take one more touch with me. Rhythm. Drop the rhythm. Yo, it's back in that time, man. Watch. Bend down, toss the stage. Bend over hand, toss the stage. Bend down, toss the stage. Bend over hand, toss the stage. Bend down, toss the stage. Bend over hand, toss the stage. Bend down, toss the stage. Bend over hand, toss the stage. Yo, do like Usain Bolt? Do like torpedo? Yo, on the marks. Ready, set, go. Across the stage, 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 across the stage. Uptown we moving, across the stage. Downtown we moving, across the stage. Look, people say that shoes losing, across the stage. Even if this section confusing, across the stage, across the stage, across the stage, across the stage, across the stage. Bend down, bad shit, bend over, rise the stage. Bend down, touch the stage, bend over, rise the stage. Bend down, touch the stage, bend over, what? Touch the stage, what? Across the stage. Watch it. Viking Zilla.
Space you up to the time.
Vibes Cartel. Ladies.
Static. Hey, girl, bend your back. Bubble panda. Kick, bend your tack. Everything shot. Hey, girl, bend your back. Bubble panda. Kick, bend your tack. Everything shot.
Hey girl, just wine and bend over. Giving to the beat of the soca. Do it all on tabletop on the sofa. Girls from Trinidad, girl from Europa. Girl from Jamaica, girl from Toga. Bend so low so me can see your shoulder. Bumper spin like the wheel of a roller. Come your beauty, I'm the beholder. Love when you bend and you wine and watch over. Rough ride.
Right in the bicycle, broke off, broke off. Right in the bicycle, broke off, broke off. Right in the bicycle, broke off, broke off. Right in the bicycle, broke off. Right in the bicycle, broke off, broke off. Right in the bicycle, broke off, broke off. Right in the bicycle, broke off, broke off. Right in the bicycle, broke off. Hey, girl, bend your back. Yeah. Bubble panda. Kick, bend your tack. Everything shot. Hey, girl, bend your back. Bubble panda. Kick, bend your tack. Everything shot. She said she feel hurt. Baby girl, just long out your tongue and wine pon the biddy man, cock up your bumper. Girl can't stay on the desk. Tell say sex and no girl can test. Wine in the sun, wine up on the rain. To be a go nice and Trinidad nice. Girl from South and from Port of Spain. Right in the bicycle, broke off, broke off. Right in the bicycle, broke off, broke off. Right in the bicycle, broke off, broke off. Right in the bicycle, broke off. Right in the bicycle, broke off, broke off. Right in the bicycle, broke off, broke off. Right in the bicycle, broke off, broke off. Right in the bicycle, broke off. Hey girl, bend your back. Yeah. Bubble panda. Kick, bend your tack. Everything shot. Hey girl, bend your back. Bubble panda. Kick, bend your tack. Everything shot. You want the some gal? Real on zoot. Where she can go with her thinking foot. I want that a rat bat. She said thanks, me say welcome mat. That a shooting range, so your thing shot. Man to woman twine up like a knot. Chew make a dart and no joke, no laugh. Girl off the duck when the missile go off. Rough ride. Right till the bicycle broke off, broke off. Right till the bicycle broke off, broke off. Right till the bicycle broke off, broke off. Right till the bicycle broke off. Right till the bicycle broke off, broke off. Right till the bicycle broke off, broke off. Right till the bicycle broke off, broke off. Right till the bicycle broke. Rough ride. Right till the bicycle broke off, broke off. 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 Right till the bicycle broke off, broke off.
All in her garden. All in her garden. All in her garden. All in her garden. She want me to work. I am the maintenance man, landscape specialist. When it comes to vetting, I'm the irrigation therapist. Love to get my fingers in the mud. It's all about the gardening, not in my blood. I am the maintenance man, landscape specialist. When it comes to vetting, I'm the irrigation therapist. Love to get my fingers in the mud. It's all about the gardening, not in my blood. She want me to work. She want me to work. Don't worry back, she want me to work. On for the side, she want me to work. All in her garden, she want me to work. Don't worry back, she want me to work. On for the side, she want me to. All in her garden, she want me spend time. Enough long hours are real overtime. She don't even care, rainfall, sunshine. I am the maintenance man, landscape specialist. When it comes to vetting, I'm the irrigation therapist. Love to get my fingers in the mud. It's all about the gardening, not in my blood. I am the maintenance man, landscape specialist. When it comes to vetting, I'm the irrigation therapist. Love to get my fingers in the mud. It's all about the gardening, not in my blood. She want me to in the fork and turn it to soil. Pack out the waka and see if it won't oil. Sharpen up the clippers and trim the front head. Check the outdoor tears and rub them with flesh. The rocks got moss, bring the chloro, take the caustic soda and scrub the plant pots. Get door hanging, don't bust a fuse. We gon' hurry and we gon' get some all in her garden. She want me to work. Down by the back, she want me to work. On by the side, she want me to. All in her garden. She want me spend time. Enough long hours and real overtime. She don't even care, rainfall, sunshine. Once I roll up my sleeves, it's time to make room. I got the miracle word to make the flowers full bloom. When I land inside your yard, it's nothing but working. Sit back, relax, and just hear the birds chirping. Trim the branches, sow the seeds. Let the plants pull the weeds. I just make sure fertilizer stronger to ensure that my cucumbers grow longer. Maintenance man, landscape specialist. When it comes to vetting, I'm the irrigation therapist. Love to get my fingers in the mud. It's all about the gardening, not in my blood. I am the maintenance man, landscape specialist. When it comes to vetting, I'm the irrigation therapist. Love to get my fingers in the mud. It's all about the gardening, not in my blood. She want me to work. She want me to work. Don't worry back, she want me to work. On for the side, she want me to work. Maintenance man, landscape specialist. When it comes to vetting, I'm the irrigation therapist. Love to get my fingers in the mud. It's all about the gardening, not to my blood. I am the maintenance man, landscape specialist. When it comes to vetting, I'm the irrigation therapist. Love to get my fingers in the mud. It's all about the gardening, not to my blood. All in her garden, she want me to work. Don't worry back, she want me to work. On for the side, she want me to. All in her garden, she want me spend time. Enough long hours are real overtime. She don't even care, rainfall, sunshine. I am the maintenance man, landscape specialist. When it comes to vetting, I'm the irrigation therapist. Love to get my fingers in the mud. It's all about the gardening, not in my blood. I am the maintenance man, landscape specialist. When it comes to vetting, I'm the irrigation therapist. Love to get my fingers in the mud. But let me tell you something, darling. I want you leave out the minors that are too hard to pick. Leave it to me, girl, I got a big stick. Search for the ones that your husband can't eat. But anything you give me, I know it's gonna be sweet. Pick all the cherries before they turn red. Get the fertilizer, spread it on the base. Screw on the nozzle and turn it on your head. Or roll the hose and spray it on the base.
Balancing when we on the road. Watch we balancing. Yes, we tilted any load. Watch we balancing.